Test 1 2, testing 1 2.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our May 14th meeting. It is currently 7 p.m., and we're going to call this wonderful meeting to order. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor Gomez.
Good evening.
Commissioner Bolton.
Good evening.
Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Patterson.
Good evening.
Vice Mayor Daniel.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
At this time, if everyone will please stand, Commissioner Crystal Patterson will lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will have a moment of silence.
No report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. For our City Manager's Report, we're going to 2A. Our federal lobbyist, Valerie Masallo from the Ferguson Group, is going to make a presentation. She is currently in the sky. Hi, Val.
Hi there. Hello, everyone. I'm here to give you a little bit of an update. Some of the things going on in Washington, D.C. We're going to focus on presidential executive orders to begin with. As you know, the administration has issued quite a few executive orders that are going to have an impact on policy, and especially at the local level. I have pulled out about a dozen that I think you ought to focus on. If you want to go more in depth than where we're going today, the Ferguson Group puts out every Friday a summary of the new executive orders as well as updates on the existing ones. The first one is protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. It came out on January 20th, and it has to do with the federal government not recognizing documents put out by local governments in terms of citizenship. So while local governments and other organizations can continue issuing such documents, the federal government will not recognize their legal validity. It will not extend federal protections based on them. This EO, which is short for executive order, applies to persons born in the U.S. who meet the above criteria and was originally supposed to take effect 30 days after the date of the issuance. That would have been February 19th, but it's faced numerous legal challenges. So it's still in flux, but it's something that you're going to want to keep an eye on. The second one is preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections. This one really focuses on voter registration ID. It may significantly affect how local governments administer federal elections. The state and local officials have to record the type of document used, such as a U.S. passport, a real ID, military ID, or other valid federal state issued photo ID. Non-compliance by a state or locality could result in the withholding of federal funds for election security, as well as law enforcement funding from the Department of Justice. You're going to be required to coordinate with federal law enforcement and oversight entities as they review voter databases for fraud and other irregularities. This one, too, faces legal challenges, which may delay, limit, or even prevent implementation of certain provisions of this EO. But until that happens, definitely keep an eye on it. The next one is protecting the American people against invasion. This instructs the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to evaluate and undertake any lawful actions to ensure that so-called sanctuary jurisdictions would seek to interfere with the lawful exercise of federal law enforcement operations do not receive access to federal funds. I don't believe that Tamarac considers itself a sanctuary city, but you should know that that is that is the type of actions that can be taken against those that do consider themselves that. The fourth is defending women from gender ideology, extremism, and restoring biological truth to the federal government. President Trump signed an EO establishing clear language and policies recognizing two sexes, male and female. The impact of this EO could extend to interactions with state and local entities that recognize gender identities beyond male and female. Individuals with non-binary markers may face non-binary markers on their legal documents. So whether, anything that might come from the state or the locality. They may face discrepancies when applying for federal identification, which will now recognize only male or female. The policy may also create challenges in federal databases used by state and local agencies, potentially leading to inconsistencies in identification records. The fifth, delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. This memorandum essentially criticizes previous policies for promoting excessive government spending and imposing restrictive regulations on energy and housing, and mandating a shift towards electric vehicles. It repeals climate-related regulations. It could conflict with state and local environmental goals and potentially diminish funding for sustainability efforts. The EO marks significant implications for local governments and planning. Stop me if you have any questions. Okay, moving on. Number 6, protecting Second Amendment rights. The Trump administration referred to the protection of the Second Amendment as foundational to maintaining all other rights held by Americans. The EO and subsequent plan of action could force local governments to adjust or realign your policies with new findings or guidance issued by the Trump administration to remain in compliance with the policies and regulations. Local governments may need to increase levels of coordination with federal government agencies and departments to ensure that all your current policies meet the Second Amendment protections set forth by the administration. The next one, achieving efficiency through state and local preparedness. This one was signed on March 18th. It significantly impacts state and local governments by empowering them to take a more active and central role in national resilience and preparedness. It emphasizes that state and local governments, as well as individuals, are the primary owners and managers of preparedness efforts. No later than June 16th, the federal government will develop a national resilience strategy, which is going to provide guidance on priorities and actions to enhance resilience. State and local governments are going to have to adjust their infrastructure and emergency preparedness plans to align with these changes. Again, they go into effect in mid-June, which will likely impact how you approach critical infrastructure investments and readiness. In summary, the EO shifts a lot more responsibility to state and local governments for managing risks and building resilience while providing you with clearer guidance and federal support. Hopefully that's in terms of funding to enhance your preparedness efforts. The next is protecting America's bank account against fraud, waste, and abuse. And this basically directs the Treasury Department to update guidance and enhance their systems to ensure that all the payments made on behalf of agencies for things like grant programs or things like that go through a pre-certification verification to prevent improper payments. In a nutshell, this could delay direct financial payments made by the federal government to you, not being quite as timely as they have been in the past. So just be aware of that. The next one has to do with DEI. It's restoring equality of opportunity and meritocracy. And this calls for the Attorney General and the agency heads to identify and repeal 50 existing rules that impose what they're terming disparate impact liability. They want to assess current cases and proceedings and take action to align them with the new policy. This could affect city and county governments by changing how they're allowed to promote fairness and prevent discrimination, especially when you receive federal funding. In the past, local governments often looked at patterns like whether certain groups were being left out of jobs or housing or services to try to fix unfair outcomes, even if no discrimination was met. The federal government is now discouraging this approach. Under the new order, the focus will be on whether someone intended to discriminate, not just whether there is discrimination. You're going to have to keep that in mind when you are looking for federal funding, that you will no longer be prioritizing those types of things, or your applications will not score well. Okay, so that one is also in the midst of legal challenges. And so we will see what the implementation ultimately turns out to be. But as you are writing your grants and things like that, you're going to have to keep this stuff in mind. The 10th is commencing the reduction of the federal bureaucracy. This EO broadly directs several agencies across the federal government to begin procedures to accommodate significant reductions in force. We've already seen this. This was started on February 20th. Local government should expect, and you've already experienced, a near immediate cessation in activities by entities named in the EO, such as the Committee on Long COVID, the Health Equity Advisory Committee, and more. This too has been subject to legal challenges, which are still pending. The next one is protecting the American people against invasion. This one establishes a joint Homeland Security Task Force in all states nationwide. The composition of this task force will also include representation from relevant state and local law enforcement agencies. It instructs the Secretary of Homeland Security to authorize state and local law enforcement officials, as the Secretary of Homeland Security determines are qualified to perform the functions of immigration officers in relation to investigation, apprehension, or detention of aliens in the United States, under the direction and the supervision of the Secretary of Homeland Security. It instructs the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to evaluate and undertake any lawful actions to ensure that sanctuary jurisdictions which seek to interfere, or any jurisdictions which seek to interfere with the federal government's law enforcement operations, as just stated, that they will not receive access to federal funds. Further, the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security will evaluate and undertake any other lawful actions, criminal or civil, that they deem warranted based on any jurisdiction's practices that interfere with the enforcement of federal law. Finally, the EO instructs the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to immediately review and, if appropriate, audit all contracts, grants, or other agreements providing federal funding to organizations supporting or providing services, either directly or indirectly, to removable or illegal aliens. And if those organizations are found doing so, the federal government will pause distribution of all further funds pursuant to such agreements pending the results of the review. That one is also subject to legal challenge. Those are the dozen or so executive orders that I wanted to identify and highlight for you today. Does anyone have any questions on them?
Val, I'm not seeing any questions from the commission, so thank you so very much for all your help.
Sure.
Madam Mayor,
Well,
I do
now
not.
the light is lit. Commissioner Bolton, you're
Yes,
recognized.
now my light is lit, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question on the topics that Ms. Val spoke about. However, I do have a question for you. Val, good evening again. We have two large water projects being proposed in the city. That is the East Side expansion and the water plant projects. You'll remember that we lobbied for these in Washington with the Congresswoman Sheriffless McCormick. But it has come to my attention that there is about $50 million, there's a $50 million pot of funds that are set aside for our area that has not been tapped into yet. From what I understand, these funds can address stormwater, wastewater, clean water, and drinking water projects. Do you know anything about these funds, and can you address why the city has not applied for or received any of these funds?
Well, I'm imagining you're probably referring to the Water Resource Development Act of 2007, which authorized funding for drinking, wastewater, clean water, and stormwater projects. Does that sound familiar? It was a program that provided environmental assistance, prioritizing wastewater treatment, water supply, and environmental restoration. It authorized those activities, but it did not appropriate funding for those activities. So funding must come through appropriations, which are earmarks, which is exactly what we are doing. We requested and received funding for a water project, the water distribution project from last year. And then this year we have a $25 million request into our Congresswoman as our top priority for the water treatment plant. So I'm imagining that must be what you're referring to?
No, it is not. But since you're on your way out, I appreciate your comments to that end. As far as the earmark projects, how do you feel that cities will thrive or not through this new era of no earmarks?
We're not in an era of no earmarks.
So explain. We're still in earmarks. Community projects have disappeared, or is it still there?
No, the process is still in place, and we are actively participating in it.
Okay. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions, while I would pull up an email from our Congresswoman addressing that these are no longer the case in Washington.
I'm sure that I know what you're talking about, but I'll wait for you to post it.
Well, at this time, I'm going to ask, I understand that the Ferguson Group is no longer going to be our lobbyists, and if this is not something that we need to ask her further questions about, and we should possibly be working with our new lobbyists about this, because we have an audience here waiting for their graduation. We have people. I'm being asked when the contract begins. My understanding that there's communication.
No, when it's the Ferguson's group contract up, because I assume there still are lobbyists at this moment.
June
City
30th.
manager.
June
So that's 2
30th
months,
is
right?
expired.
It's a month and a half. Okay.
Because piggybacking on what, thank you for asking those questions, Commissioner Bolton. I think you told us that earmarks weren't being approved from the last set of requests we put in.
What I told you is that last year's earmarks across the nation, every person, every city, every local government, anyone who received an earmark in last year's fiscal year, all of those were wiped out when Congress passed a continuing resolution for that year. So the letter that the Congresswoman sent to the city was saying just that the East Side water distribution project that we had an earmark in for $1 million and change was wiped out with all the rest of the earmarks. This year, the earmarks process remains unchanged. All local governments and everyone else is requesting earmarks through the regular process. We have done so, and just so you know, of the 200 somewhat earmark requests that the Congresswoman receives, it appears that your earmark, which we requested, which we advocated for, is one of those. So whether I'm a short timer or not, I'm still working for the city and trying to do the best for you, as always.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bolton?
I've asked staff to get the email for us. I'm trying to find it, but I don't want to prolong the meeting. But I'm told we're getting the email in short order.
I can ask a question in the time frame. Val, thank you for your work. In reference to the DEI executive order you mentioned, you talk about cities who have programs that kind of follow the line of DEI. They would not move to the front of the line, they would move to the back of the line. Can you kind of expound on programs? Is it cities that have programs for women, diversity program? What specifically are you talking about when you said if cities have DEI program, they would not get preference for grants?
It anything that you have that the city has identified as helping to sort of even the playing field. It's typically marginalized groups. It would probably be better for me to send you a list of of the things, because it's a wide range of things.
Okay, because we're very
I'm
diverse.
happy to do that.
We're very
I'm
diverse.
happy to do that. I know. That's why I pulled it out, so that you were aware of it. I'm glad you're asking a question about it. I'd love to send you the exact language so you can see it for yourself and see how it lines up with the city's programs.
Okay.
Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. A quick question for you. I just wanted to confirm, because the city does have an existing DEI committee. I just want to ensure that there's nothing that prohibits or preempts our committee from doing the work that it's currently doing, and if there's any requirement for us to have to adjust the manner in which they're conducting business.
There may be. I don't know what the activities of the committee are and what programs that committee impacts, but it may well, and it may be something you need to look into. I don't have enough details on your committee or what it does.
Okay, so through the manager, the city attorney.
Yes, Commissioner Patterson, at this time, I believe the committee work is consistent with the law. If anything change, I will let the members of the commission know. Okay?
Thank you. I saw one of the members recently, and she was concerned with the name, and I didn't think that there was any reason why we need to change the
Ruth Bader
name.
Ginsburg?
No, the DEI committee.
Yeah, well, state law has not requested any change in terms of name, but if anything changes, I'll let you guys know.
Okay, good, thank you.
Point of clarification as well. Ruth, that's a women's committee as well. I think that's something. And Val, correct me if I'm wrong. That's geared towards empowering women. In addition to the DEI board dealing with diversity, would that be something that falls under that executive order as well?
I'm not entirely sure. It seems like something that I should confer with your city attorney on, because I don't have all the details of your committee.
Okay.
Commissioner Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. Val, letter is March 25th, 2025. It says, I'm writing to inform you that an unfortunate development regarding federal funding for community projects, despite our continued efforts to secure critical funding resources for initiatives like yours, the Republican majority in Congress has decided to eliminate all community project funding requests during the recent vote to fund the government for fiscal year 2025. So I believe my question is, we are in the process of changing our lobbying corps for our federal lobbying corps. How do you suppose that the new lobbyists coming in would work under these circumstances? Are they going to pick up projects from you, or is it that all the projects that you are working on can no longer be because of this letter that we received from the Congresswoman?
So, like I mentioned, the letter is in regard to last year's fiscal year, and it pertained to that. We're in a new fiscal year. The community project funding request that we submitted and that we just discussed with the Congresswoman back in March is part of this new fiscal year. We have submitted that. She's accepted it. She has forwarded it on to the Appropriations Committee. You're in great shape. Your new lobbyist should pick up exactly where we left off. We're handing the baton in its full form. All your work has been done. All they need to do is finish it up.
Okay, so because of what just happened, because of what the Republicans in Congress, quoting the letter from Congresswoman McCormick, because of what just happened in Washington, where they wiped out all of the community project funding, do you suspect that this will happen in future years?
I don't think anyone can predict that. We didn't predict that for last year. The reason that happened last year is because they couldn't come to any agreement on passing all the bills, so they did a continuing resolution, which funds all of the agencies until the remainder of the fiscal year. If that were to happen again this year, then by default, it would wipe out all of the projects in the bill. Do I anticipate that happening? Nobody could tell you whether that was happening right now. There's been no appropriations bills that have even started being marked up.
Got it. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. So at this time, we're now going to say thank you very much, Val, or wherever you are. Thank you very much.
You're
Enjoy the rest of
welcome.
your evening.
Thank you.
If my colleagues would please join me in the Dean, where are you, Dean? Oh, there you are, sorry. Do you want us up here, or are you going to, while you do this? You'd like us to, okay. So if my colleagues would please join me in the well, we are going to have Dean Twigger come forward and announce the graduates. And we are happy to acknowledge and please that we are having Mr. Casey Horland, the legislative aide from State Representative Dan Daly's office here with us. I saw him somewhere. Oh, there you are. And then we also have Ruby Garcia from Senator Rosalind Osgood's office here as well. And I know I saw her. There she is. So thank you very much for being here, both of you. And
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm Jim Twigger. I'm the Chief Information Officer of the city. I have the pleasure of participating in and helping out through this program. The city's been running Tamarac University since spring of 2007. Altogether, it's been about 14 years and the years took off. It's been a long program. Perfect. But we're really pleased. We had another wonderful year with 27 graduates tonight. We're really happy they could participate, and hopefully they've learned a lot of valuable information from the program. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get started. And as I call your name, if you want to just come up here. So starting with Sandra Brown. Sandra Brown's not here tonight, so we're still want to get our congratulations. Marina Buddington, congratulations. Stephanie Bully, congratulations. Lynn Caggiano, congratulations. Janelle Kalnick, congratulations. Juan Castillo, congratulations. James Clark, Yvonne Koba, Tiffany Cunningham, Manuska Dazine, Katie Fennick, Vanessa Freixas, Rafaela Garcia, Sandra Harris, Sharon Hedpak Chen, Jessica Moss, Jessica couldn't join us tonight, but we extend our congratulations to her as well. Lume Nelson, congratulations. And Kate Emanuel, come on up. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Lauren Ogden. Congratulations. Kimberly Peters. Randy St. John. Congratulations. Sandra Scavo. Aviva Cernaker. Congratulations. Anne Spinoble. Anne's not here tonight. Okay. Stuart Webster. Then Dana Paul Wharton and Linda Wharton. 43-year anniversary. Congratulations to everyone. And if you could come back into the center here, we're going to take another picture down the middle. Come on back over.
I would imagine something like that.
Oh, taking pictures.
I'll just keep mine.
Okay. I understand.
All right, our graduates, some of them will be staying, and some of them are going to enjoy the rest of their evening and celebrate their big graduation. And we will now move forward to our proclamations. So this first proclamation that we're presenting this evening was requested by Commissioner Crystal Patterson, and this is regarding Necrotizing Fasciitis Awareness Month. And this is going to be presented to Erica James. Crystal. Thank you. Okay. Because we don't do that, and we can talk about this at a workshop. Please don't cause a scene.
This is not a scene, but
This is a scene. This is a scene.
Is
This
there
is
an
the-
issue with why I couldn't present
Because
my own
this is the
proclamation?
procedures we've been doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have procedures, and we workshop them, and this is how they are. If we're going to change them in the future, very happy to do so. But we're not supposed to be doing this in the middle of a meeting. It is unprofessional. So therefore, to not take away any
Attorney,
more,
can you clarify, please, whether or not there's an issue with me
We've
presenting my own proclamation?
had a, oh, come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, there's
But
no,
you put me in the position like I'm doing something wrong when I'm following the procedures.
There's no issue that with respect to the request made by Commissioner Patterson.
The issue is there since it had been discussed by this commission or other commissions and procedures were in place. I do not have a problem with it had I been asked respectfully, not in the middle of everyone, to try to make a political scene. So therefore,
Mayor, there's proclamation been read by other members of the commission
no, we have not. We
Yes.
have not. Ladies and gentlemen, this is ridiculous.
Based on my recollection, it has.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate this is absolutely foolishness. And because it really is foolishness, and unfortunately, sorry.
Mayor,
so
here's a simple
I'm
resolution.
No, thank you,
Thank you,
City Attorney. I'm about to handle this, but thank you.
You allow
I've
the
got
majority
this.
of the commission make that
I've got
decision.
this.
This is a democracy. You allow the majority of the commission vote on it.
This is not the way we handle things in the future. Please talk to me in advance.
This is a democracy.
It really, ladies and gentlemen, it's unbelievably inappropriate and not necessary. We're here to enjoy the evening. We're here to celebrate people. And if this is such a big deal, enjoy.
Whereas necrotizing fasciitis, commonly referred to as flesh-eating disease, is a rare but extremely serious bacterial infection that spreads rapidly and destroys soft tissue, muscle, and fat. And whereas early diagnosis and treatment of necrotizing fasciitis are critical to survival, as the disease can progress quickly, often requiring emergency surgery, amputation, and intensive care. And whereas approximately 1 in 4 people diagnosed with necrotizing fasciitis will survive, making public awareness and medical education vital components in saving lives and reducing complications. And whereas many patients face delayed diagnosis due to the rarity of the disease, and raising awareness among both the public and medical professionals can lead to early recognition and better outcomes. And whereas survivors of necrotizing fasciitis, like the courageous individuals in our community, like Ms. Erica James, a 10-year survivor, have endured multiple surgeries, long hospital stays, and the care of multidisciplinary medical teams, demonstrating immense strength and resilience in the face of life-threatening illness. And whereas it is important to uplift the voices of survivors and support initiatives that increase research, funding, and public understanding of rare diseases such as necrotizing fasciitis. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City of Tamarac, Broward County, Florida, we do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 Necrotizing Fasciitis Awareness Month.
Would you like to say a few words?
I'll say a little something. Hello, everyone. My name is Erica James, and as Commissioner Patterson said, I am a 10-year survivor of necrotizing fasciitis. Thank you. I had 6 surgeries, a 21-day hospital stay, but I made it through. I'm one of the lucky ones, so just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of what this is, because it is rare, and it basically attacks the body, and it needs to be diagnosed timely in order to save lives. So thank you again, City of Tamarac. Thank you to my support that's here with their purple on, my family, and thank you, everyone.
Congratulations and thank you for your strength. We're going to have a photo. Family, friends? This next proclamation was requested by myself for Asian American and Pacific Islander Month, and I am very proud to present it to Pastor Joseph H. Kim. Whereas individuals and groups of Asian and Pacific Islander descent have made a profound cultural and historical contribution to the United States. Whereas in 1978, the United States began celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage during the first week of May and turned the celebration into a month-long event in 1992. And whereas it is important to acknowledge Asian American and Pacific Islanders who have surmounted daunting obstacles and significantly contributed to our country's economy, educational and political systems, arts, literature, medicine, and scientific and technological developments for more than 200 years. And whereas during AAPI Heritage Month, we commend and applaud the determination, hard work, and perseverance of all Asian American and Pacific Islanders who continue serving as a voice for their communities. And whereas AAPI Heritage Month commemorates the unique journey of all AAPI immigrants and citizens of the United States and their distinctive life experiences, cultures, and traditions. And whereas Pastor Joseph Haksup Kim was born in Seoul, South Korea in 1970 and immigrated to the United States with his family when he was a teenager. He attended public high school in Bronx, New York, and pursued higher education in Long Island, New York, and Chicago, Illinois. Pastor Kim proudly served in the United States Army during 1995 to 1998 and was stationed in Bamberg, Germany. After being honorably discharged from the Army, he went to Ashbury Theological Seminary in Wilmore, Kentucky, and then served local churches in Kentucky and Georgia. Pastor Kim then made his way to Tamarac to become the full-time associate pastor at the South Florida Global Methodist Church and a very proud resident. Every Saturday for 4 years, Pastor Kim and the congregation served people in our city and surrounding areas with food drives. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, Mayor of the City of Tamarac, along with the City Commission, join in recognizing and celebrating Pastor Joseph Haksup Kim's achievements, the culture and heritage and contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islanders, and hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Would you like to say a few words?
Okay. Well, good evening. I want to thank God for this recognition, and I also want to take time to opportunity to thank the wonderful leadership of the Mayor Michelle Gomez and Commissioner Mori and all the commissioners and all the city workers. Thank you so much for your hard work. And I am planning to be there to celebrate the National Police Week tomorrow, and Commissioner Mori invited me, so I'm gonna be there with my church members. Okay, so thank you. I give all the glory to God. We are here to serve the beautiful city of Tamarac together for the glory of God. Amen. Yes, thank you.
So this next proclamation was requested by myself for Haitian American Month, and I am very honored to ask Mr. Ardre Donis, the VP of Haitian American Chamber of Commerce, to join up here as we do this presentation to Dillon Ulysses. So come on up. I do it every year, so I don't know what your problem is. And what's this young man's name? Gianni. Gianni. He's racing down that runway. Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, it's okay. He is a star. How are you? Whereas Haiti is Caribbean country occupying the western portion of the island of Hispaniola, which it shares with the Dominican Republic. And whereas Haitian American Month, a major celebration with parades and cultural and athletic events observed in many cities in Haiti since 1930s, is an expansion of the Haitian Flag Day on May 18th, which commemorates the adoption of the blue and red national flag by the Haitian Congress in 1803. And Haitian Heritage Month is a celebration in the United States of Haitian heritage and culture, which was first celebrated in Boston, Massachusetts in 1998. And whereas Haitian Heritage Month is a nationally recognized opportunity for the Haitian diaspora and the lovers of the Haitian community to celebrate its rich culture, distinctive art, and delicious food, and to learn the traditions of the Haitians and their people, of Haiti and its people. Whereas Haitian Americans have made important contributions to the American culture and society in many fields across both the private and public sectors, from academia to the arts to businesses and government, including Charles L. Reason, the first black college professor in the United States, Eugene Ballard, the first black American military pilot, John James Audubon, painter and naturalist, Ralph Giles, chief design officer of St. Helios, who designed the 2005 Car of the Year Chrysler 300, and Naomi Osaka, tennis star. Whereas South Florida is home to the largest Haitian American community in the United States. Whereas Dillon Ulysses was born in Haiti, moved to the United States 45 years ago. He is married to Lourdes for over 51 years. Exactly. And he is a proud father to 4 daughters, 1 son, and 7 grandchildren. In 1981, Dillon was hired by the Legal Aid Service of Broward County, where he worked as a senior paralegal interpreter for the Haitian population of Broward County, and became passionate advocate for legal aid services, assisting clients to collect over $2 million for unemployment during COVID before retiring after 42 years of service. Dillon was instrumental in helping several hundred people to escape eviction, utility cutoffs, and perhaps most importantly of all, keeping their dignity. Dillon was a recipient of the Commitment to Justice Award in 2024. Dillon is a co-pastor of Philadelphia Haitian Baptist Church. And now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, proud mayor of the city of Tamarac, Broward County, Florida, along with this commission, join in recognizing and celebrating Dillon Ulysses' achievements, the culture and heritage and contributions of the Haitian American community, and hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Haitian American Month in the city of Tamarac.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Commissioner members, city staff, and distinguished guests, the resident of Tamarac City. I am deeply honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of the Haitian community that I love dearly. And at this moment, I would like to recognize my wife, Alod Ulysses, my youngest daughter, the last one of 5 children, Danielle Ulysses Pluvios, and my beloved nephew, Rick Ulysses, who is a public school teacher in Broward County. And I'm glad that they are here with me today. Thank you, ma'am.
Exactly, 51 years, that's it.
My nephew, also just
Thank you. 51 years.
Thank you. This next proclamation was also requested by myself, and with the assistance of Arthur Dubo from the, is he here? Federation. We're going to present this proclamation to Dr. Colette Amit. Whereas on April 20, 2006, President George W. Bush proclaimed that May would be Jewish American Heritage Month, capping a historic achievement by an impressive group led by Jewish Museum of Florida and the South Florida Jewish community leaders, which eventually resulted in the congressional resolutions introduced by Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Senator Arlene Specter. And whereas JAHM recognizes the more than 360-year history of the Jewish contributions to American culture and society, from history, sports, arts, music, and entertainment, to medicine, business, science, government, and military service. Across these fields, many Jewish Americans have contributed significantly to this nation's struggle for freedom, justice, and liberty, having helped bring about progress in all aspects of this nation's values and character. And whereas many Jewish women and men made lifelong commitments to confront the enemy of America's noblest goals, racism and oppression, they found solidarity in the civil rights movement, in the fight for women's rights, LGBTQ rights, and in struggles which often mirrored the story of the Exodus and the Jewish people's journey through the ages. Many Jewish people found America's best values in each of these causes, a demand for fairness, equality, and justice. Whereas the rise of anti-Semitism demands that America knows the lessons of the Holocaust, we must recognize that there is an urgent imperative to continually combat prejudice before it firmly takes root. This is a reemergence of violence, and anti-Semitism must stop. There is no place for hate in our country. We must recommit through action and solidarity that an attack on one faith is an attack on the faith for all. Whereas throughout May 2025, over 100 organizations around the U.S. come together to help Americans of all backgrounds discover, explore, and celebrate the vibrant and varied American Jewish experience from the dawn of our nation to the present day, and show that education brings upon understanding, which brings upon unity for all of us to be one. Whereas today, May 14, 2025, marks the 77th anniversary of Israel's Declaration of Independence, which was May 14, 1948, celebrated in Israel as Yom HaZumot, when the modern state of Israel was established and quickly granted diplomatic recognition by the United States. Whereas Dr. Colette Amit emigrated to South Florida from Israel in 1990. She is the executive director and founder of Physical One, a cutting-edge outpatient physical therapy practice with locations in Plantation and Tamarac. She is tenured faculty member at Miami-Dade College's Physical Therapy Assistant Program. Dr. Amit employs holistic, evidence-based strategies to help individuals restore optimal function, manage pain, and feel empowered in their recovery journey. She is committed to using her expertise to benefit the community and spreading her innovative approach to self-help in physical therapy. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, very proud mayor of the city of Tamarac, on behalf of this commission, to join in recognizing and celebrating Dr. Colette Amit's achievements, the culture, heritage, and contributions of the Jewish American community, and proclaim the month of May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the city.
No? Just to say thank you to you, Michelle Gomez, the mayor. I want personally to thank you, because without your help, we couldn't develop our second office here in Tamarac. I want to thank my husband. He's here. And as you said, anti-Semitism is a serious thing. And I'm proud to be a citizen of the United States and also develop my business here in Tamarac. Thank you so much.
Arthur, would you want to say a few words?
I just want to say thank you to the City of Tamarac on behalf of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement for taking a stand against anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred. So thank you.
All right, moving right along, we are going to another celebration of Haitian Heritage Month, and this proclamation is honoring Jeffy Mondesir, and this was requested by Commissioner Patterson. So if Jeffy would come up.
Whereas Haitian Heritage Month is a time to honor the culture, resilience, and achievements of the Haitian American community and recognize individuals who exemplify those values through leadership and service. And whereas Jeffy Mondesir, a proud first-generation Haitian American and resident of the city of Tamarac, has spent his life uplifting his community through civic engagement, mentorship, and cultural preservation. And whereas Jeffy is co-owner of Randy's Restaurant and Lounge, a family-owned business that has served as both an economic engine and cultural hub, sharing Haitian cuisine and tradition with generations of patrons. And whereas as the founder of Jeffy Van LLC, Jeffy champions access to opportunity for small and minority-owned businesses by pursuing public sector contracts and advocating for inclusion in government procurement. And whereas Jeffy actively serves on local boards and committees, using his voice to support redevelopment, community advancement, and strategic planning efforts that benefit residents and business owners alike. And whereas his work reflects a deep and consistent commitment to family, public service, and the celebration of Haitian identity, making him a respected leader and role model in his community. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City of Tamarac, Broward County, Florida, we do hereby recognize and celebrate Jeffy Mondesir for his lifelong contributions to cultural pride, economic empowerment, and community leadership, and proclaim that he embodies the spirit of Haitian heritage and community excellence.
Wow, thank you, Commissioner Patterson. I am truly honored and humble with this, with the proclamation. And thank you, Mayor Gomez, for your leadership and the commission body as well. I was recently at a workshop for Small Business Week, and the guest speaker was Irving Magic Johnson. And one of the many points that he touched on was if you intend on serving, going out in the community, make sure that the person at home buys in, because you will be sharing yourself with the community. I say that because I'll be remiss, like my fellow Haitian Heritage Month recipient, not to mention my wife of 25 years. For without 25 years, so I'm going to get there, 51. So just wanted to tell my wife thank you very much for your support and, your unwavering, love and commitment, to us and our family. And I have my two beautiful kids as well. Come up, please. Put them on my spot. Both of them attend school here locally in the city of Tamarac at Bethlehem Junior Academy. And thank you again to the commission. Thank you, residents. Thank you, staff. And one of the best decisions I made in my life was when I decided to move into the city.
Take a photo. This next proclamation is for Building Safety Month, requested by Tony Palacios, our Chief Building Official. That's right. This is super big for me. Whereas our jurisdiction is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and essential roles of our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life and when disaster strikes. Whereas our confidence in resilience of these buildings that make our community is achieved through the devotion of diligent guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, trade people, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas these guardians are dedicated members of the International Code Council, a nonprofit that brings together local, state, territorial, tribal, and federal officials who are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes and standards to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, and play. These modern building codes and standards include safeguards to protect the public hazards, such as hurricanes, snowstorms, thankfully not yet here in Florida, who never knows, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And whereas Building Safety Month is sponsored by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our code officials, who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. Whereas Game On, the theme for Building Safety Month 2025, encourages us all to get involved and raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And whereas each year, in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve public building safety, or building safety, resilience, economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local, state, tribal, territorial, and federal building safety and fire prevention departments in protecting lives of and property. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, very proud mayor of the city of Tamarac, on behalf of our commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Building Safety Month, and encourage everyone to join us as we participate in all Building Month safety activities.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. I don't know who does the planning of this, but Building Safety Month happens to be right before our hurricane season. So I'm going to steal a little thunder from our fire chief. He always says, have a plan and be safe. And I want you guys to know that if something does happen, we're here for you, and we'll be to assist in any way that we can. Thank you.
On a little side note, I asked one of our TU graduates, one was the best thing that they found going through TU. They really enjoyed learning about the permit process and what they needed to do, and they were going to go back to the community and help educate everybody to know that you actually do need a permit for your cabinets. So TU is working. TU is definitely working, and especially during this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This next one, our last proclamation for tonight, is National Public Works Week proclamation requested by Mustafa Albassam, our Public Services Director. Whereas public services professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people in the city of Tamarac. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of the public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is a public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and the children in the city of Tamarac to gain knowledge of and maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year of 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association. This year, the theme of Public Works Week is People, Purpose, and Presence. Now, therefore, I, Michelle J. Gomez, Mayor of the City of Tamarac, on behalf of this commission, do hereby proclaim the week of May 18, 2025, May 18 through 24, 2025, as National Public Works Week in the City of Tamarac, and urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public services, professionals, engineers, managers, employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, City Manager, for recognizing next week as a Public Works Week. It's very important, and token appreciation to all the staff for servicing our residents and for their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you for having us.
Appreciate it. Good night, everybody going home. Thank you for being here. Get home safely. You know you're more than welcome to stay. Oh, baseball, sorry. Baseball's going on, so some of the kids got to get going. We understand. Good luck. Win big. All right, now trying to find all the papers. Oh, yes, Palm 23. So, BSO monthly update. We are now going to ask Acting Captain Palomar to provide the update, and he is already at the podium.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. My remarks are just in support of our Tamarac strategic plan, goal number 2, which is Tamarac is safe and people know it. Just a quick synopsis of the notes I provided. The month of April saw 3,700 plus calls for service, of which, for the year we're up to almost 16,000, and of which 40% of those have been self-initiated by our deputies. 718 of those have thus far, I believe in the month of April, were park walk and talks, which was our guys getting out of the cars and interacting with the community. The month of April saw 91 Part 1 crimes. Again, the lead crimes continue to be theft, shoplifting, and car burglary. Overall, for the year, crime is down 11.7%. Unfortunately, violent crime is up nearly 40%, and property crime is down 18%. So we're looking into why the aggravated batteries, aggravated assaults, and robberies are up and what we can do. Percentage-wise, though, that is sometimes just a couple of cases that are causing that to jump. We had a number of notable arrests. Our guys are doing a great job, continue to do a great job. There was a convenience store shoplifter who threatened the clerk, triggering a robbery. Deputies quickly located him in the area. We used the LPR to locate an absconded sex offender out of Wisconsin that had at one point resided in our community. We were coordinating with Wisconsin Probation and Parole. We're able to locate that person in a short amount of time. We had a burglary of a business where the subject actually stole the entire cash register from the store with some items. Again, we were able to use the LPRs to locate the suspect and ultimately detain 2 suspects. Again, working with our community, having a quick response. We had a burglary of a business where the property owner was watching the video, coordinated with our guys. We got the building surrounded, person to come out and surrender. Coordinated well with North Lauderdale Margate. A great burglary in progress with them. Subjects detained and an aggravated battery subject that was domestic battery subject that was located using LPR. So again, the city's investments into LPR are having positive rewards. The month of April saw 821 citations. Year to date, 3,600. So we're up over 2024 year to date. My community policing team had 5 welcome home initiatives, again, where our deputies and CSAs are greeting people as they come into their neighborhoods, providing them with handouts and flyers. Our CSA, Barry Burha, you know him well, helped lead us to another successful year with the law enforcement torch run, raising over $2,000 for the Special Olympics. Barry's great. If you don't know him, he usually works the fishbowl over here at City Hall. He's an institution, if I may say, in the city of Tamarac. We helped honor flight on April 5th. They pick up here at City Hall and go to the airport, so we helped assist with them. We conducted a career day at Al-Azhar School. We participated in multiple Tamarac City events and the City Chamber of Commerce Rise events and monthly breakfast. Upcoming events, we have more welcome home initiatives, so be on the lookout for Jennifer Marion, Deputy Jennifer Marion, and our team. On May 17th, May 17th, we have the Shred-a-thon here at Kings Point. Will you be able to bring your unused, unwanted, or expired prescription medications or documents that you'd like to be shredded so they are not subject to possible identity theft? Bring those documents between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. at Kings Point. We'll also be doing another honor flight assist on Saturday morning as well. This coming Monday, we're doing Coffee with a Cop at the Dunkin' Donuts at 10201 West Commercial, West Hiatus, I believe? No, west of Knob Hill. So if you want to come out and have a coffee with a cop and give us some insight, we'd be happy to meet with you on Monday morning. Just a little advance notice for June 21st, we have the Senior Safety Summit. Senior Safety Summit at the Tamarac Community Center, and then down the road, October 4th, our Domestic Violence Summit at the Community Center as well. I want to again express my appreciation for the Commission and the City Manager for the 9 new personnel that we were granted. I'm very thrilled to report back to you that all 9 of those positions are filled. 3 of those deputies are already working in the field, as you know. 4 just graduated the Police Academy this past Thursday, and they're joining the other 2 in in-house post-academy training. 2 of the others are obviously certified, so hopefully getting them out on the road quicker. Hopefully, if not, again, all 6, hopefully by the end of month of October, if not earlier. And with that, that's all my statements. Any questions you might have, I'd be happy to take them.
Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for you, Chief, through the manager. I saw today on the news that there was a situation in one of the neighborhoods in my community, Yardley specifically. I think there was some burglaries, and I didn't really catch the meats and potatoes of the story, but I was a little concerned, obviously. That's a gated community, so I wasn't sure why there would be, that level of theft happening in Yardley, or that type of theft. And I wasn't clear if it was car theft or, a home entering situation. Could you just, provide a little bit more clarity?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for the question, Commissioner Patterson. We had a house cleaner, home cleaner, maid, if you will, that was engaging in had multiple clients in Yardley and a couple of other Kings Point communities. She used her access and privilege to access the victims' homes, and in the process gave access to other people who came with her, including, I believe, her husband, who would then at other times re-enter the apartment and come and steal items. So we recovered a vast amount of items, some of which we were able to reunite quickly, and others that we are still trying to identify. So if anybody suffered any theft of jewelry, coins, personal items like that, from especially the King Point area, but there's possible victims all over Northwest Broward County and other places that we don't even know about, feel free to contact Detective Danny Polo at our office, 954-720-2225, or just contact the BSO district office, and we'll be happy to try to connect you to see if maybe some of your heirlooms are able to be recovered.
Thank you. And I could see where something like that could happen. Obviously, I'm concerned with that happening in the future. I'd love to see what we can do to, further educate and, provide for some, solutions. I don't know how we partner with Kings Point, just to protect, obviously, the interest of our most vulnerable population. I mean, if generally the seniors are going to use the same vendors, their friends use that person. So, it could become pretty ugly. So I just want to see what we can do. Let's continue the conversation on what mechanisms, what measures we can put in place to, prevent something like that from happening in the future. I think, in terms of just working together directly with the Kings Point leadership, maybe the HOA presidents. I don't know if there is, I don't know how aware the community is even of what happened, but perhaps, there are folks that don't know about it. And maybe there are other, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not a part of the investigation. I don't know if there are other parties subject to the investigation, but I just want to make sure that, people in those communities are on high alert.
Yes, ma'am, and our detectives continue to work on that to try to find other leads if there's any other connected parties, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. We'll see what else we can do to educate our communities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
City Manager, your report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. We're wrapping up our district meetings this May, and District 1 and District 2 meetings are now complete. I hope you don't miss your chance to connect directly with the Mayor, City Commissioners, and the City leadership at the remaining meetings. These upcoming meetings are a great opportunity to learn about key district projects and citywide initiatives. So we have District 3 meeting coming up on Wednesday, May 21st at Woodmont Country Club, and then on Thursday, May 22nd at Colony West for District 4. Both begin at 6:30 p.m. Residents, you should have received a mailer with meeting details, including a QR code and a link to submit questions or topic suggestions. And you can also visit the city's website for more information and get involved. Here's what's coming up this month in Tamarac. We have a lovely event coming up tomorrow, Honor the Stripe, Thursday, May 15 at Tamarac Village. This will be the first event that we're going to be holding in the new amphitheater in Tamarac Village. And then we have farm share distribution, and then a number of other events. Captain just talked about the BSO events coming up this weekend. So again, on the city's website and on our community calendar, all of these events are in great detail are listed. And Just a point of information that city facilities will be closed on Monday, May 26, in observance of Memorial Day. I hope you can join us for the Memorial Day ceremony at Veterans Park beginning at 10:30 a.m. as we honor and remember those who serve. And our next commission meeting, Madam Mayor, is scheduled for Wednesday, May 28 at 9:30 a.m. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so very much. We are now going to public participation, and the rules of the road are above my head. And basically, it's please come to the podium, please state your name, state your address. If you're not comfortable providing your address, please state the city and where you live. And then if we're happy with what people say, we do yay, happy hands, no mouth. And then we do thumb down if we're not happy. This way we don't intimidate anybody, because we may not all agree with what people have to say, but we keep it professional and courteous, and we don't want anyone to feel bad. So first on my list, I have Hyacinth Harley coming to the podium. Actually, you are for 6A. Did you want regular participation? Just 6A? Okay, because if it's not on the agenda, you go now. If it's on the agenda, you go on the specific item. So I see Dr. Darcy Schiller is lining up her mobile. I only see you for 6A and 7A, but I presume you want public participation too. All right. So while she's getting ready to come down to the podium, I have Kate Johnson on deck, then followed by Mark Ogden. He's coming. James is coming. Okay.
I got it.
You can stand?
Well, on one leg. Hi, Darcy Schiller, Kings Point. Couple of things. Not to take a look at the time, of course, but it's 8:20, and we have spent over an hour on proclamations and graduations and thanking this and thanking that. And on the morning commission meetings, we do the same thing for years of service in the city of Tamarac. I want to know how that has to do with the Tamarac City business, and if that can all be moved to a different day that the commission can honor these people and the proclamations and everything else. Because we haven't even started the business of the city, and it's almost 8:30. That's my first thought. Okay, my second thought, I love dabbling in crafts and color. And this round of artwork in the city, although nicely designed, is maudlin. The colors are so depressing. Black, gray, dark black, dark gray, navy blue where you can't even see it during the day. It was fun when you had the clowns and everything else in all bright colors, and all of a sudden it's so maudlin. It's like, what's the point of having the artwork? It's like more deadly than anything else. Okay, the last thing, which I fully don't understand, so excuse me for not understanding the rules, but I do not understand why you cannot announce the person making the proclamation and allowing them to read it. Now, again, I don't know the rules, but I could understand that that would still highlight you as the mayor and then give the person making the proclamation. But again, I don't think it belongs in this city commission meeting. I think it should all be moved aside to a different day, and I'll hold the rest of my comments to my issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Johnson is coming up. Mark Goggin is after her, and then I do not have anybody else for public participate. Patty Lynn?
Kate Johnson, Mainlands 4. Good evening. I again want to discuss the 400-meter running track proposed at Tamarac Park Field. After I spoke about this issue last time, I went back and re-looked at all the background materials and watched the discussion again. That caused me even more concerns about this project.
I understand from the presentation that we will lose both baseball diamonds, and it will cost between $4 and $5 million to renovate and restructure the park. Only $1 million of that is covered by a grant. That does not include the cost to renovate the restroom facilities and parking lot. Without those being upgraded, the track is useless for events except as a practice track. So the income would be almost non-existent to make up for the lost revenue we currently gain from its use. According to the presentation, income is currently over $40,000 for its use as baseball and softball fields and a soccer camp. It currently services over 3,000 children as it stands. It was presented that the camp could no longer use the field, and it is questionable if the baseball, softball, and cricket games could be fit into the current schedule at the sports complex. All of this negatively impacts the over 3,000 children currently using it. We have Millennium nearby that has a full 200-meter track for use, and JPT that holds track meets at their 400-meter track. From the discussion, I learned that Millennium is willing to do a public-private partnership to expand their track and allow it for public use. Why is that not being considered? Why do we need a new track when there is a viable option close by? The $5 million price tag will obviously be much greater when considering other upgrades. I know one commissioner said we will worry about that later, but that is not good fiduciary stewardship. You need to consider the entire project now before deciding to begin. I asked last time how many children would be displaced if this goes forward. At least 3,000. How many would use the track? Unknown. It seems this is being rushed through, and I'm not sure it's the best. My request is that you should be doing a dual track, pun intended, proposal. One, putting the track at the Tamarac Park with all the upgrades needed to make it usable, including bathrooms and parking. And two, the cost for a public-private partnership with Millennium. A cost-benefit analysis is needed to compare both before a decision is made. There's no need to rush this through.
Thank you. As Mark Ogden is coming to the podium, Patty Lynn's next. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at public participation? Seeing none, then public participation will be closed after Patty Lynn.
Good evening, Mark Gargan from East Tamarac. Unfortunately, our commissioner disappeared. And this is important for him. It's his district I'm going to talk about. A number of my neighbors in Tamarac Lake South asked me to bring this up to you. It's something we need you to consider as a city and get together with your city of Fort Lauderdale commissioners. If you do not know, we used to have Oasis Nursing Home on the north side of Commercial at 2888 Commercial Boulevard. If you don't know, that's been sold. They were making it into apartments. Traffic was bad before. Traffic is getting worse. I and a lot of my neighbors have been timing how long it takes us to get out of the community onto Commercial. Example tonight, to get out, cross Commercial's eastbound and westbound traffic to come here. Took 20 minutes before I was able to make it safely out of the exit. Going east during rush hours in the morning, when I had to be at North Broward Hospital for 7 weeks every day, it took 15 to 20 minutes just to pull out and go east on Commercial. With the added traffic coming from these new apartments onto Commercial, we need the city to work with Fort Lauderdale about a traffic light there at 2800 in the area of 28th Avenue. To make it easy, if they could put one in down at 3700 for an apartment complex, they need to be doing it for all these homes and apartments that are going up. We've had people killed at that intersection. Unfortunately, one of our past board members was killed a couple of years ago. because the cars come off of 31st Avenue, go speeding around the bend, and smash into the cars as they're coming out. So we need this to be looked at seriously before somebody else gets killed in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the city manager, I believe our public services director, Mustafa, is going to talk to you about that. Patty Lynn is on her way up.
I'm here. Patty Lynn, Mainlands 8, Tamarac. A lot of appreciate the city doing the hazardous waste collection, and I was happy to see the long lines. It's kind of like recycling, you know, people try and get away with dumping stuff, but there's a lot of people who brought stuff, and I was happy to see that. Tamarac University did real well. I was happy. Stuart, congratulations. Seems like one of us finally went through, you know. I was very concerned about our lobbyist and the DEI thing, as well as the Ruth Bader Ginsburg Commission on the Status of Women, because part of our work is designated to compare salaries between the women and the men in the city of Tamarac, and you're doing very well. But I think the fact that we're prescribed to do it may be a problem. They don't want diversity. The federal government wants all white men, and that leaves most everybody in this room out, me included. But we have to pay attention. We have to resist. We have to do what we can individually to see that we protect everybody. That's what we need to be doing. As far as the proclamations and longevity awards, that is city business, man. That's really cool seeing who stays with the city. You know, we have Tony, we have Mustafa here tonight getting a proclamation, and that's important to those of us who come here because they do good work, even though I don't agree with all of them most of the time. Right? That's okay. As for the proclamations, that's something the commission decides. However, you don't decide it in the middle of the proclamations. You know, you keep your accepted practices. If you don't want it like that, before this meeting started, it should have been handled. It was embarrassing. It's just not kosher, and you don't do those kind of things. If you want to read the proclamations, make arrangements in advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, public participation is now closed. And we will move on to commission reports. Commissioner Bolton, District 1.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chair. I don't have a report except that I'm encouraging everyone to attend Honor the Stripe tomorrow. We start at 6 p.m. The event ends at 7 p.m. It's going to be a short event because the firefighters and our BSO personnel has to go back on the road, and they have to make sure that they answer calls and so forth. It is going to be an excellent event. According to registration so far, just about 200 people have registered to be there, and the numbers are rising tremendously. So please make sure that you get there on time, because if you are stuck in commercial traffic, especially if you're coming from the east side of town, it will probably take you about 1 hour to get there anyway. So make sure that you are there on time and that you come expecting a wonderful event. Thank you so very much for the Parks and Recreation Department, as well as the Public Services team, who's been working extremely hard to make sure that the venue is in tip-top shape for tomorrow's Honor the Stripe event. It will be at the Tamarac Amphitheater, 9141 West Commercial Boulevard. I know that the city manager mentioned before, but I just wanted to make give a plug to that event. And of course, I know that it is Haitian Heritage Month. I want to say a special congratulations to our wonderful Commissioner Patterson, District 3, on becoming the first Haitian American woman to serve the city of Tamarac. I know that she's half Italian, half Haitian, but I don't know what she claims more, but she is a strong Haitian woman. And, you know, she's such a shining star in our commission, and we want to say a special hello to her tonight for being such a consummate professional, even in times of adversity. Happy birthday to Commissioner Wright. I know sometimes you're not on the right side, but you are still right, regardless. So happy birthday to you. I'm proud to share the month of May with you. I know that you're not Gemini as myself with double personalities, but you know, I'll be celebrating my birthday hopefully in Trinidad. Thank you so very much.
Commissioner Wright.
And no report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, well, Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's appropriate for me just to address the last comment that was made first. I think that the attorney made it quite clear that, in fact, there is no policy that speaks to who reads a proclamation. And as a matter of fact, you know, I'm the last person elected here, and the last time I read a proclamation, I read it myself. So, you know, with all due respect to the mayor, I agree that, and really as we consider even Ruth Gatorsburg and DEI and just things that we explore as a community when it comes to just fairness across the board, just because something was done a particular way doesn't mean it always has to be done that way. Every proclamation that I requested today was a request that I made. Every proclamation that was written by me. So it would only be appropriate that I would read my proclamation. So with that said, no disrespect to the mayor, but again, there is no law that was broken and there is no written policy. So I just want to make that explicitly clear for anyone that might have been concerned. And I agree, it was inappropriate. And I hope that moving forward, as we continue to discuss you know, hate and fairness and all of these words, that we, again, continue to govern ourselves accordingly as the governing body of this community. With that said, I want to invite everyone, all small business owners, to join me tomorrow, May 15th at Colony West for Breaking Barriers in Small Business. It is an exciting opportunity for our small business owners. We will have a host of professionals, industry professionals, small business owners, several panels, fireside chats, and some amazing speakers just to kind of share on how you can be successful, how you can scale, how you can do business with the government. And so I invite you to join us. Seats are limited. I think we are almost, it was free, but in lieu of, for sake of better terms, it's almost sold out, I think. So if you haven't registered yet, please go ahead and do so. I want to see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. And I think the manager did already discuss the District 3 Town Hall on May 21st at Woodmont Country Club, 6:30. So please see us there. And before I close out, I do want to recognize Eva Leibowitz through a brief moment of silence, if we can. Ms. Leibowitz, I understand, passed maybe a week or two ago. She was in her 90s, a resident of the Granville community in Kings Point, a beloved resident here in the city of Tamarac. I believe that she migrated from New York not long ago, and she'll be dearly missed by her husband, Joe, I believe it is, and her family members. So that said, thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the few that remain. That stayed to hear our updates in the commission meeting. July 12th, we will have our Senior Citizen Expo. I think it's the first we've had. We're going to have a fitness check. We'll have someone talking about stroke awareness, what to do. We'll also bring back, we're working on bringing back the mobile driver's license. It was such a hit. so that anyone who needs, we're trying to have all your, if you're a senior, and I'm including 50 and older, we're trying to make on this day from 10 to 4 p.m. all your needs be met in one place, if that's at all possible. But that's the whole goal. And we're going to have some fun, some music while you get all the work done, all the screening done that you need to have. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If there's anything you'd like me to add to this day of our senior expo, please, by all means, email me and we'll work and having it there. So you could just come out and get everything you need done in one location on one day as much as possible. Also, I think someone came up and was talking about the track. First of all, I'll echo what the mayor said. I think my first year here that nothing in government moves fast. I don't know what is being rushed because I feel like nothing is ever rushed in government. It always goes at a slow pace. So as far as the track is concerned, nothing is ever rushed. Now, one of my platform has always been get more in Tamarac for our children, for our young people. That being said, a sports that's a gatekeeper for almost all sport is track and field, right? So our city needs a track that won't hurt our kids or our adult knees, because the track that's at Millennium, in case you did not know, is concrete, right? And if you're a runner, I am learning all these things, the concrete is hard on your knees, on your ankle, and it causes injuries. So really, not even the students at Tamarac like using it. It's a 200 meter. If you're a track and field person, every track you run on from ages 6 to 60 that is competitive is 400. So it has to be 400. Millennium does not have the space for 400, so I'm confused as to who you would speak to. So I just don't want errors to go out there with misinformation, because this will not be a misinformation thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a great thing for our city. It's a great thing for our district. As far as the baseball diamonds, the baseball diamond at Tamarac Park is not utilized. As you know, my kids play baseball. It is not utilized. When they rent baseball diamonds, they rent the one at the complex. You know why? Because they're well done. They don't have any damage. The one at Tamarac Park is damaged. So no, they're not rented out. You're talking about the 3,000 kids that will be imposed. You're talking about Tamarac Academy. Tamarac Academy as a whole, including Coral Springs, has 3,000 participants. They only use Tamarac Park as a temporary location, because their original location, and they were there up to last week, is on Nob Hill, the sports complex. So please do not put misinformation out there. If you have any concern or needs, you could ask me personally, and I would gladly address them. But we're looking forward to that track. I would love your support. The kids would love your support. The adults would love your support. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a lot that goes on here, obviously, but I'm going to backtrack to something that came up tonight. There may not have been a certain attorney in place when this commission or prior commission discussed how we do proclamations. And it was determined by prior commission, which it is in writing then, it's through minutes, and those are the procedures in which we follow. And that is what is followed. And I have no problem if anybody on the commission wishes to read their proclamation. My issue is the blindsidingness when in the middle of something. So part of the problem we have as a commission that I hope will be resolved eventually, sooner than later, is communication. It doesn't hurt. It's not sunshine. Say, hey, I would like to do this, fine. If we have at our strategic planning, we want to carve out the middle of it, a little bit of a conversation to say, can we now make a change? I do not care. It's not a big deal. And for some people who were not happy that I did the Haitian American Proclamation, I've been doing the Haitian American Proclamation, the Jewish American Proclamation, and the Asian American Pacific Islander Proclamation for years. I had it on the schedule. Again, communication. If somebody wishes to communicate with me or anybody wishes to communicate with me and say, hey, this year I want to do it, good, go for it, let's share it. We are one commission. We're supposed to be one love. We're supposed to be about the business for the city. So all these things are not hard. We just need to communicate. Speaking of communication, there's something that I've heard in the respects that I'm very happy to hear what the Vice Mayor Daniel is going to be doing. I'm not sure if she said June 12th or she said July 12th. July 12th. So along that note, on July 14th, I happen to be doing what we're calling a game changer with pap smear, colorectal cancer screening, and other kinds of screening and blood mobile and all this kind of good stuff, and a panel by the HCA hospital doctors at Tamarac Park from 9 to noon. My flyer is not yet out, but we've been working on it. And so get checked at Dr. Daniels, Vice Mayor's event. Anything that you missed out over there, come over to ours, and we're going to end ours with a 30-minute free workout session too. Basically, going back to the business of the city that I have had the pleasure of doing for the past couple of weeks, appreciate the chamber breakfast where I got to give the state of the city for the chamber. It was another great event with Tamarac Fire Rescue in partnership with the Red Cross, installing fire smoke detectors in 9 communities. I would like to thank the heroes. There were city employees, there were Woodlands residents, and there were, of course, BSO and Fire Rescue who helped a lady in the Woodlands who, unfortunately, when she was driving through, her car went right off of a hill and into the canal in front of Woodlands and Commercial Boulevard, and they were able to get her out to safety. So thank you for that. That was not an experience that anybody expected on that early morning. Move with the Mayor is this Saturday as well. So come Move with the Mayor, which is a free event at 10:35 at Tamarac Park for Bar Fitness this month, because we change it every month, and it floats on the calendar of what it's going to be. And then you can go shred your paperwork and all that kind of good stuff. I would like to thank Serendipity Women's Mental Health Center for their teen talk, for adults and teenagers learning how to communicate. And as I shared with them, it's something that would go for all of our lives, because communication is body language, communication is nonverbal, communication is also verbal. And in today's day and age where we try to do things in 140 characters, not always the best. And if you ever use the voice recognition, it sometimes changes your things and you never know what you've actually said. Broward County Council, Broward Next, was a very informative meeting. They also presented, I am the chair of the Affordable Housing Committee of Broward County, where we were also discussing changing some of the things and modernizing Broward Next, which is our land use development codes and how we make sure that we are doing things in time. I've got so much more. Anyway, I'm going to end it with, I am very proud to say that right before the meeting tonight, I was told by Florida League of Cities that I was announced as the 2025 Hometown Home Rule Hero, and so I'm very honored by that. Thank you. And on that note, we'll see you all soon, and I'll just end it there. Thank you. We are now going to our consent agenda. City Manager, are there any additions and deletions for items that you are requesting?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson?
Madam Mayor, if I may, can we pull 5C and 5D? I am the sponsor of both of those resolutions for discussion.
Okay, 5C, TR 146262, and 5D, TR 14263 have been pulled. Are there any other items to be pulled? Seeing none, I will take a second to the moving of the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Wright. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Vice Mayor Daniel?
Here.
Is that a yes?
Yes, here. She's calling the roll.
Commissioner Patterson?
I can say
Yes.
Sorry. Roll call on this.
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0 as amended.
Excellent. We're now at 5C, TR 14262. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Item 5C, a resolution City Commission of City of Tamarac expresses support of Senate Bill 696 and House Bill 675, which will assist low-income seniors who own homestead condominium units by providing grant up to $2,500 to help pay condominium assessment, urging members of the Florida Legislature to support these bills, directing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution, providing for effective date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take a motion in a second.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Wright. I have a second by Commissioner Patterson. At this time, I will open public comments. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, public comments are now closed. Commissioner Patterson, you wish to say anything on this item?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So it's my understanding when I sponsored these resolutions that, well, first of all, as we all know, the Florida legislature has been back and forth about some of the recent condo laws and condo assessments and things of that nature as it pertains to the legislative session, and we did anticipate that there was going to be some changes. I do understand that there were some Senate bills and House bills proposed to assist seniors, as obviously I think we all realize that there are challenges with regard to paying these condo assessments. And so I was recently informed that these bills did not pass, or that they did not, I understand that they did not pass, right, Attorney?
They were withdrawn. They may obviously be brought up next session.
Okay. So, so my objective by bringing these resolutions was to have my colleagues support in urging the legislature to pass these bills. Obviously, I think it would be extremely helpful that our senior population would be in receipt of $2,500 to help pay condo assessments. And so I wanted to pull this item and the subsequent item. We can talk about that one separately, but I wanted to just see A, whether or not we should still move forward with the urging, Attorney, and then B, I did have an alternate proposal, and maybe we could discuss this. I do know that we should be preparing the budget here soon, Manager, and I did speak with the property appraiser's office a while back, ran some numbers. I understand that there's about 177 fully disabled veterans in the city of Tamarac, and there's about a number not too far away from that for low-income seniors in our city, according to their records. And so I wanted to see, if we, are not able to get the money from the legislature, how we could potentially, as a city, take a look at our budget and identify dollars to be able to assist both our fully disabled veteran community as well as our low-income seniors who might be adversely impacted by condo assessments. I'm not looking at a number at $2,500, but I do think, even if we were to consider the non-ad valorem taxes, which are somewhere around $400, I think that's something, we have an item on the agenda tonight where we're going to assist small business owners with a $3 million reserve. So I'd like for the staff to look at some options on how we could potentially assist some of our most vulnerable population with some additional dollars.
So, City Attorney,
she
had asked your opinion on whether we should go through with them as is or not, was the first.
The first answer, yes, I think you should move forward with this resolution and send it to the legislature, because these issues may come up every year, and if you establish support early, we don't know what may happen. So we should move forward with both of them.
Okay. So, with that said, I definitely, unless the commission has any further discussion.
Yes, please. I would like to say something. We have no problem with this as a commission. This is something we already put forth as our legislative agenda and what we have our lobbyists working on. I'm not so sure it is wise for us to go forth with supporting bills that are not in existence anymore, because on that part of the legislation, they got pulled. These aren't going to be put back on. So if anything, to support this in the future would be fine, but I don't think as written it looks very well on us. As for Commissioner Patterson's ideas of supporting and finding a way and money, one of the things I did not get to express during my report is I actually had a meeting today at the Community Foundation of Broward County, where it actually has ways of creating endowments for cities to be able to help with programming for things in its city. So maybe during our financial discussion, we can see what can be done, because if we're able to put away $1 million somewhere, I'm just throwing out a number, it can grow to that time at any time. But an investment of money in an endowment that is managed by a public nonprofit could figure out a way. I'm just saying there are ways.
But I think great minds think alike, because I think Commissioner Patterson had brought this issue, same issue, up to city manager and deputy city manager. So
this is not a competition.
No, I said great mind think alike, and there's no competition.
So it's basically as strategic when we're finishing you interrupted me like I was doing something wrong. So
no, not
if
at all.
this is something we can all talk about during financial planning, then we can try to figure out how to maximize whatever we can do to help our population. Sure. So again, I don't have anything against these resolutions except to the respects of them specifically being in support of bills that do not exist. So that is my only issue with this. City Attorney, go ahead.
I don't have any comment. We have a motion second. It's up to the commission.
I didn't think you did. Commissioner Patterson?
Yeah, so I would say then, be it resolved, I'm okay with not moving forward with their urging. However, I would like to continue the conversation and see what we can do here locally to be able to provide some assistance. And then we obviously will continue to monitor through our lobbyists what comes up in the next session. But yeah, I definitely, and echoing what you just said, Mayor, yeah, I met with the Broward Community Foundation, and I do believe we have an item that should be coming before the commission May 28th regarding same. So.
Excellent. So I'm going to clarify. We're not going to go forward with these resolutions as written, correct?
Yeah, I'm okay with.
Okay, so these are pulled.
I'm okay with, dissolving the item. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
5C.
We need a motion to withdraw 5C. Mayor, go ahead.
So as it was Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Patterson, who put the motion on the floor for...
Motion to withdraw 5C and 5D.
Commissioner Patterson has the second.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. We don't need to do a...
I'm fine, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Moving speedily along, we are going
Mayor, the clerk, I think she wants a vote.
Clerk wants a vote.
She's looking.
Mayor Gomez, we have a motion and a second. I believe I need to.
Yeah, I know, and I'm still thinking we should have just said no to the first one and got it over with. But so we have because we have an alternate motion that has superseded, which we're not supposed to be doing. Anywho, bottom line is, call the roll.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes, sorry.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to 6A, TR 14265. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Item 6A, a resolution of City Commission of City of Tamarac, reauthorizing and adopting new Economic Development Incentive Program guidelines through fiscal year 2027 in an amount not to exceed $3 million for the implementation, administration of full Economic Development Incentive Program, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bolton. I have a second by Commissioner Wright. A full presentation of this item was delivered at the staff agenda review workshop on Monday. Kenneth Lopez, our Economic Development and Redevelopment Administrator, is available to provide a synopsis of Monday's presentation should the Commission desire. It is also available for questions. In the interim, I will open this for public comments, and I see that we have Hyacinth. Harley is coming first. Then we have Dr. Darcy Schiller will be second. Oh, and before I forget, because I did, name, state your city, and 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Name is Hyacinth Harley, resident in North Lauderdale, hopefully soon Tamarac. I am a volunteer ambassador for the Tamarac North Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, which is why I'm here today. So thank you for bringing 6A to the table. I'm very passionate about supporting small business. And now I just want to share some small business facts. 99.9% of all US businesses are classified as small business. Small businesses employ 46% of all US workers. Small businesses also contribute a large portion of the total domestic GDP, so about 45 to 51%. And that's nearly $6 trillion of economic activity. So you might hear that I'm not from here, but I have been visiting for 27 years before moving to the area 2.5 years ago. We're all bearing witness to the changing face of Tamarac. It's a beautiful city, but it demands that we evolve in alignment with the city's metamorphosis. One of the best ways of doing that is investing in our small businesses. And 3 key facts: small businesses hold the promise of so much opportunity and untapped potential. Small businesses offer opportunity for existing members of the community to build wealth, and small, locally owned businesses can support the needs of diverse community members. They're more likely to meet the needs and interests of nearby residents because they are better attuned to the local market. So how do we as a city best support our small business community? And I'd like to throw out some proposals here: that we cultivate a small business ecosystem, develop programs that offer temporary and micro spaces for retailers, create a small business incubator building that offers space to work, to learn, to network, and to grow, offer a robust business startup program to ensure businesses are off to the best start, and list established business owners as mentors. Now, it's a great project in Detroit called the Motor City Match, and they have some fantastic results. They invested $19.1 million. They created 174 new businesses, served over 2,000 businesses, and they've got a commitment from other community organizations of $102 million. So I just want to leave you with this question. Say, Tamarac's already changing. We know that, we see that. My question to you is, 5 years from now, when we speak of Tamarac's entrepreneurial spirit, what tangible successes will we point to, and what's your vision for making it a reality?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, then after Dr. Darcy Schiller, then public comments will be closed on this item.
My comment is very short. Darcy Schiller, Kings Point. My question is very simple, and I'm going to combine 6 and 7 because I'm not sure I fully understand this completely. But I was at the workshop meeting the other day, and I want to know where we're getting these $3 million from. And if it's going to be coming from taxpayer money, does that mean that the mill revenue is going to increase? I just don't understand where we're getting all this money. I guess that's my basic question. That's it.
Thank you very much, and I'm pretty sure that our financial services director and team would be able to explain it. And if there's any questions by the commission, Commissioner Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. I have questions for Kenneth. Questions for Kenneth, please. Can you hear my fake British accent? I know yours is real. I am from Manchester.
Kenneth Lopez, Economic Development and Redevelopment Administrator for the City of Tamarac. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Commissioner Bolton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Kenneth. And first of all, welcome to the City of Tamarac. I had the pleasure of working with the county when the small business grants were being rolled out. I know how hard Commissioner Rogers, my former boss, worked on that with the Economic Development Department on which you were a team member. So I congratulate you on your move to Tamarac, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Have a few questions for you on the program. Firstly, can plaza owners access multiple loans for multiple properties, considering some plazas are owned by the same person? So,
yes, I can answer that. So, with the commercial facade grant, which is the grant that's directly for plaza owners, if they do own multiple plazas in the city, they can apply for it. However, you can't apply for multiple grants for the same plaza through the commercial facade grant program.
okay. My issue is that if, many plazas are owned by the same individual or same company. So I would not want to see one plaza owner or one company taking advantage of, let's say, 4 different loans or 4 different $250,000 loans, getting off with $1 million, fixing all 4 of their properties. I think that we should limit it to not just the plaza, but to plaza owners as well.
Yes, I understand that. That's a good point there. Another thing I wanted to mention as well is with the applications when they come in, when they're reviewed, we're going to prioritize those projects that have a transformative effect. So they're being evaluated and reviewed, not just by the applicant that comes in and gives the application, but we're putting thought into where we want these improvements to go, and it's also on a first come, first served basis because there are limited funds, but we are prioritizing the areas that we see. We don't want to see a cluster or a program that's benefiting just one party as opposed to the entire city.
Okay. Is it based on need, and how will business owners demonstrate they have an actual need?
So the program as it stands is they will come in with a proposal of the exterior improvements that they wish to make to the plaza. Obviously, we're looking to assist those property owners with plazas that are blighted or outdated or have been seen to really need some TLC. And so those are the plazas that we really want to encourage these plaza owners to help. And with the outreach that we'll do, we'll get that information to the plaza owners and work with them.
Okay. I was at the workshop on Monday. I've listened to your presentation. Wonderful presentation, by the way. I did some research as well over the weekend, over the yesterday and this morning. There's a part of the backup that says that they'll pay back in full at the discretion of the city manager if they have continued violations. Speak to that point.
Yes, so part of this program is to incentivize the private investment of plaza owners to, rehabilitate, renovate, improve the exterior of their facade. But it's a way to encourage partnership with the city as well as the plaza owner. And the reason for that is because we want them to take pride in their plaza. So that way, so in doing so, we encourage them to maintain their properties. So there are some caveats or some restrictions. If they receive the grant funding, for instance, they cannot sell the property within 2 years of receiving the grant reimbursement. And then another restriction is they need to continue to maintain the property. We want to be flexible in the sense of if a plaza owner that undergoes that's under this grant, if they receive a violation, we'll give them the time that they're usually allotted to fix or resolve the violation. But we also want to be flexible enough to say, hey, we're willing to work with you. But if we see a continued decline in the plaza, we don't want that. The intent of this program is to encourage and support plaza owners and encourage them to maintain it over time.
You're doing well, and please stay there, but I have a question for Ms. Calloway.
Ms. Calloway.
Commissioner.
When residents or business owners have a violation on their property, what's the process for them to fix those issues?
Well, for residents and business owner, it's a code enforcement process. So you get a violation. The process entails a time period for abatement. If it's not abated within that time period, then it goes before the magistrate. And if it continues to be in violation, then there's a lien process that attaches to the property, if that is the gist of what you're asking.
Very well. So you would see how this section of the program differs from that process. It says payback in full at the discretion of the city manager. As much as I love the city manager, we have a love-love relationship. I don't think that it is appropriate for him to look at this. I think that it should go to the magistrate. Why did you choose the city manager?
And we can look at that again, but I think what we were trying to achieve is maintenance of the property after funds are distributed. So is that what the provision? Yes. And Kenny and I talked about that because the agreement as it is now would be for 2 years, but what we want to do and see is continued maintenance of those improvements consistent with the code even after those 2 years. So we were thinking about a way where we can still be somewhat punitive, for lack of a better word, after the 2 years have passed for a period longer than 2 years for the property to continue to be maintained.
Okay. Kenneth? Most of the programs being proposed tonight prioritize certain industries for grant fund consideration. Please explain whether this is at the exclusion of other small businesses or whether all businesses, regardless of the industry, will be able to apply.
Yes, so there is one program, the Small Business Micro Grant, that does have a prioritization mechanism, but it's not to exclude. It's only if funds are limited. So for example, if we're down to $2,500 left in the fund and we receive 2 applications, one from a non-priority or one that doesn't have that prioritization status, is not included in those types of businesses, and one that is, we'll prioritize that. And I'll speak in more detail in regards to that prioritization status. It's one based off of the discussions that we've had with the community and their expression of wanting to attract restaurants. And then the other is prioritizing the development and support of businesses that create high-paying jobs. So these sectors have been identified by Broward County's Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, which is the business arm of the county. They've identified these sectors as sectors that create high-paying jobs. And the reason for that, although we want to support all of the small businesses in the city, we really want to invest in those that will help keep those high-paying jobs in the city and help develop the future workforce here.
Okay, and on Monday I looked at that list, Mr. Lopez, and I don't necessarily agree with that list because Tamarac may not have the level of those businesses in our city. And really and truly, those people may not apply for the grants. I mean, if I sit on the airport board, the executive airport, and they don't need the money. And
Commissioner Bolton, if they don't apply, then we'll continue to offer the grant to those who do. And again, it's not to exclude those businesses that do apply. We will award whoever applies on a first-come, first-served basis. This is just only in the predicament if there's funds limited. We would extend that opportunity for those types of businesses that we feel will create an economic impact on the city.
I understand, but I think from the get-go tonight, I don't think that we should have that red tape. I think that it should be open to everybody who wants to apply, you know, because I believe the money will just sit there, right? So it's at the prerogative of my colleagues. Mr. Lopez, can you tell me how these programs will be marketed? How will the business community know about the availability of the funds and program.
So, Commissioner, I just wanted to comment on the last thing. It will be open to all the businesses that are at least eligible according to the guidelines. I don't want to go without saying that it will be open to all businesses who apply. There is a list of ineligible businesses, but all those that aren't on the priority status list will be able to apply.
So tell me, before you go to the next question, tell me just for the record, say what the priority list is.
The prioritization of businesses or the ineligible businesses?
The prioritization.
Yes. So give me just 1 second while I pull it up.
They're in my backup and I could read it, but I have 48 seconds and I don't want to spend it reading it.
Correct. So the priority status will be shown in restaurants and businesses in key target industries, such as aviation and aerospace, financial services, global logistics, headquarters, life sciences, manufacturing, marine industry, and technology. These industries, again, have been cited by Broward County's Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance as industries that have shown great need for jobs and high-paying jobs at that.
Yeah, when you look at Broward County from a global perspective, that would work. But when you look at Tamarac from a global perspective, it does not work, right? And I was at Broward County when this was being rolled out again, and our office in Commissioner Rogers' office, we did well. We were the first office to actually exhaust funds. So I'm very familiar with this, and it worked in Broward County, but I just don't think that these industries will work in Tamarac.
That's fair.
All right. The next question.
Yes. So in regards to marketing, we want to take a approach of 30 days to really market these programs. We're going to be out in the communities, going business to business, letting them know. We're going to work with the Tamarac North Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce. We're going to work with our Public Information Office to make sure that the information is disseminated through our social media and also through our websites. We will also be promoting this program through our economic development website, www.tamaracEDO.com. Apart from that, we'll also be relying heavily on the commissioners to really promote this program in your districts, if you can. And apart from that, it's just a matter of really getting the word out. But also within these 30 days, we will prepare to accept the influx of applications that will come in by outfitting our website with the application portals needed to accept those applications, and also work on that marketing material to hand out. So those flyers, those graphics, and all of that.
Okay. Another part of the program that I really don't, I'm not keen on is I get this 100 businesses will receive $2,500. That is great. And I think that number should be increased. Okay. The last program that we did not work with the plazas. So I will come back with that after my colleagues have an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Commissioner Wright, followed by Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ken, again, thank you for your effort, your work. I think this is a good start. Kind of echoing Commissioner Bolton's sentiments. Broward County, based on population, is larger than 12 states. So in terms of looking at it from a city perspective, every city is different and granular, and government closest to people who understand government the most. I think those industries, definitely for a wider county perspective, those are great industries. I think there is, for me, this is like a copy of the Broward County, in reading the Broward County Micro Business Grant. It's like word for word. I also looked at other cities. I saw in Boynton, they gave $10,000 for like capital improvement and stuff like that, and $2,500 for marketing and services like that. I think for business owners, I think it's different in terms of those services. $2,500 can't do much for someone who owns a production business. It doesn't go a long way. Whereas a solo entrepreneur, $2,500, they can buy marketing, they can pay for social media ads, they can pay for marketing. That helps their business. So I think this is cookie cutter. It has to have some more meat inside of it. Yeah. I think you should study more of the Tamarac businesses, see what the business is in Tamarac specifically, door to door, and seeing what they need. I go to a barbershop, and the owner always asks me, how does he market his business? How does he do different promotions? Yeah. Stuff like that, just visiting different businesses. So I think we have to kind of understand Tamarac specifically, right, and kind of put stuff in there. 25. Also, you also have must not be a part of a national chain. I have a business owner who owns a fast sign business. It's part of a national brand. However, he's a local owner. And a lot of franchisees might have national flag, but they're owned by individuals and independent, people who are local entrepreneurs. Those people might need, funding as well. And based on your language, it seems like they're going to be excluded based on what I see in your stuff. I think on Monday for the 100,000, you kind of mimic Orlando and Tampa and how they're trying to attract entertainment businesses. I think that's what you mentioned on Monday. Is that correct?
So with the city of Tampa and the downtown Orlando CRA, I took inspiration from those programs, but it doesn't directly mirror either of them. So in regards to the needs that we're trying to do with the plazas was to breathe life back into them through the attraction of destination type businesses. So if you look at downtown Orlando's retail program, it's designed only to attract retail. You look at the city of Tampa, it's only designed to attract restaurants. And so what we want to do is something specific to the needs in Tamarac, which are to attract these types of uses to the plazas, to reinvigorate and to breathe life in them. In terms of the amount of grant funds, it's comparable. However, in terms of the structure of how they orient their funding, whether it's through square footage like downtown Orlando does, or it's through a section or district of their CRA like the city of Tampa does. Ours is on a reimbursement basis, on a one-to-one match basis for the tenant improvement / interior build-out grant.
Okay. Interestingly, for my birthday, I was in Naples last night. I went to watch a sunset cruise in the Gulf of America. I rented a boat and I went out and I sailed the boat. I also had dinner after, and I went to the south of Fifth. That's what it's called in Naples, and it's a very unique strip in Naples that's designed for that community. They have restaurants, they have businesses, and obviously some effort went into tailoring that specific area to the people that live in that community. And I saw a lot of restaurants there that are not franchises, that are unique to that specific community.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see the $10,000 that you're offering as an entertainment incentive. How can we attract?
Oh, it's not 10,000. It's up to
100,000. Up to
100,000.
Yes, that you're trying to get destination businesses. You're trying to attract
Correct.
unique businesses that would come in and spice up the plazas and that type of stuff. In terms of that money, that seems like that can go in the startup section as well.
So in terms of that grant, the intent is to reduce the barrier of entry for some of those businesses coming. It serves as a way to leverage our disincentives as a way to attract as well. The issue that makes, the thing about Tamarac that makes us unique from other places is that the plazas that we have are not only outdated on the exterior, but they're outdated on the interior as well. So a lot of times why you don't see these types of programs on the local level, like our neighboring partners, is because they like to emphasize programs that will show the public a transformative effect. You can't necessarily see that with the interior of a storefront. And so with the intent of this program is to invest back into the plazas, so that way we can reduce the barrier of entry for, let's say, a restaurant that's coming in and maybe doesn't want to invest $200,000 into a build out. But if they see that there's a reimbursement in it, and these are improvements that are permanent to the plaza, it not only creates that longevity going forward if this restaurant succeeds or not, the next restaurant can come in with an easier burden as well. An example, when I worked at the city of Lauderhill, I met the wonderful owners of Arun's Indian Kitchen right down on Commercial Boulevard. They're actually looking to expand and get a space, but they're looking for a turnkey place. They're not looking for a space that's not outfitted for a restaurant. So what that does is that it really creates a barrier of entry for some of these places that want to move in to these plazas, but they're not outfitted both externally or interiorly, or on the interior wise.
Say, for instance, 2031, someone wants to open a restaurant called the Mayor's Cafe, a place where you can go, you can hang out, you can drink, and that person wants to look for seed capital and money. Does this qualify?
So this is a reimbursement. So they will put in the money first, and they will get a reimbursement up to that amount. So it's up to $100,000, but it's $1 per dollar. So wherever they put in, the city will put in accordingly up to that threshold. So these are, again, permanent improvements to the space. So these will stay with the plaza for the longevity of while the plaza is there. So it's meant to invest back into the communities and into the plazas in the city, so that way future tenants can come in and then see it as an easier way to move in without having to then spend another $200,000 for a restaurant build out. If they come in and the restaurant's already built out because the previous tenant was able to utilize the incentive, it makes it a lot easier as a city to attract then the types of restaurants and businesses we want to see. And not just restaurants, other uses as well that really spice up these businesses. So you're talking about the yoga studios, the paint and sip places, the dining, the shopping, the boutiques, these types of uses that really drive spending, drive foot traffic, and keep people in these plazas shopping and walking around. It brings visibility to current tenants as well as attracts future tenants to the area. Great thing about that program as well is that the plaza owner can apply for it as well as the tenant. So the plaza owner, as long as they have a tenant that qualifies and that falls into those types of uses and it shows proof that they're going to move into the space, they can qualify for that incentive program, as well as a tenant who receives authorization from the property owner. Because again, we don't want to be making changes to the interior of a space without the property owner being okay with it. And so this is a way to continue that investment and continue that growth.
Okay, makes sense. But I'm trying to think, if we're going to invest this money and want to attract people in these businesses from a business perspective, not just the plazas, because obviously Tamarac is attractive. Someone has paid $36 million for the plaza on University and commercial. The Publix up the street on Pine Island, I think someone paid like $40 million. So obviously Tamarac plazas are attracted to investors, and naturally the market forces are going to fix those things. But I'm trying to think, if we're trying to attract these entertainment type businesses, and I read through the Orlando and Tampa stuff, how they try to attract unique businesses. I don't see how this would work with that. I understand the plaza part of it, but what if someone has an innovative idea and they want to come to Tamarac and they're looking for the help? There was a young man who owned a business here when I first got elected. I don't remember the business name, but he said in Miami they offered him up to $500,000 to bring his business to a hotel in downtown Miami, whereas Tamarac didn't offer any incentives. So if we want to attract the entrepreneurs and the creative people who are in these industries, we have to have something Shark Tank style.
Sure.
You can be Mark Cuban, and have something to offer the businesses. So I don't see that inside of this. I understand the plaza part of it, and I get the plaza section part of it. But if we're trying to help small businesses and we're trying to create jobs and do these type of things, I think it has to be more. As Commissioner Bolton mentioned, $2,500 is not enough. I think I should be bifurcated.
So I think we're mixing up the.
No. I agree.
Okay.
No, it's two different things. But I'm saying you should look at both of them, kind of see how they intertwine and how they can work together as one.
And so the reason for these different incentive programs is they speak a little bit to the different needs of the city. So, for example, the Commercial Plaza Recovery Program speaks to the needs of trying to bring our plazas back into compliance.
No, I get that part. I get. I'm not talking the plazas. I'm talking about the business.
I'm just starting from the beginning and going to the end. So, from the first program to the last program. So, there's programs that deal with compliance. There's programs that deal with the support of small businesses. There's programs that deal with the exterior of the facade of the plazas that the small businesses move into. A lot of the plazas that we have vacancy rates and they're not being filled. And so what happens is it creates a barrier for these businesses to come in when there is a space but it's not outfitted. For example, I'll give you an example, La Viña Cafe, the Cuban restaurant that just moved in. They had grass wall all throughout their building, all throughout their space to create for an attractive, modernized feel. It's similar to what you see at a lot of these trendy restaurants or these trendy places. Well, because the building was so old and it didn't have updated sprinklers, they had to take it all down because of the fire hazard. Now, if they had a program such as this, they could finance that and continue to have a modern space and continue to attract tenants and get that visibility and be able to get that Instagram social media presence that they're looking for. The reason for these programs is that they speak to the different needs of the community and the different needs to the cities. It's not just to improve a plaza, but it's to really help holistically the business landscape. A lot of our small businesses are in these plazas, and they're suffering from lack of visibility. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's a great start. I think we gotta put some more effort into.
And I just wanted to comment on the small business grant. Yes, it's mirrored heavily after Broward County, but we have extended it to be open to startups, which is something that Broward County doesn't do. And so this is a program that not only encourages the development and support of startups, but also existing businesses as well.
That's exactly what I'm saying. A person who owns a business that does $900K per year compared to a startup is a well-established business. They're going to need more capital, more money, more things than someone who's starting out. And you're lumping the 2,500 with the startup program with the regular program, with the micro grant.
No, they're two separate programs. They can apply to the small businesses so the small business grant is only for small businesses. There's eligibility requirements, so they need to have a number of employees. They need to have a number of income. It's supposed to be to help those small businesses in need. The tenant improvement and tenant interior build-out grant can apply to larger companies as well as smaller companies that need help with that interior space.
I hear that, but I'm saying your 2,500 is for regular businesses up to $1 million, and it's for startups only. Isn't that?
No, it's $2,500 for small businesses for eligible expenses that have been incurred within 120 days.
And what is startup? How much is for startup? Isn't it the same 2,500? That's what I'm reading.
Yes, correct.
And that's what I'm saying to you. Someone who has an established business doing $900K per year might need a little more money in terms of capital compared to someone who's started up a small business. Someone in an online business compared to someone who have 19 employees might need a little more money than someone who's a solo entrepreneur.
Sure.
While there's a rise in solo entrepreneurship, I'm just saying that taking that and making it for everyone, it should be a little more tailored to the different type of businesses. And looking at Boynton's program, they have 2,500 for marketing and 10,000 for like capital expenditures, equipment, those type of things. I have a friend who owns a friend/client who owns a chiropractor in Miramar, and she just got 25,000 from the city, and she was able to purchase equipment, and now she's using that equipment to make more money. So the 2,500, I think it's a good start, but you have to delve deeper, and I think it was good for Broward County, because Broward County is bigger. It's bigger than 12 states. I think for Tamarac, we have to put a little more meat inside of it for it to be a lot more effective.
Understood. And we can work on that and increasing that amount if that's the direction we want to go.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Daniel, I'm sorry, Commissioner Patterson, and then.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a couple questions for you, Kenny.
Sure.
I think it's super awesome that the city is entertaining, some opportunity to assist our businesses. Obviously, as a small business owner, I think it's imperative that we create opportunities. Everyone is struggling, residents, business owners, and the like. So I do have a few questions. Can you just clarify for me what the total sum appropriation is for each program?
Sure thing. So for the Commercial Plaza Recovery Program, there's an allocation of $100,000. For the Small Business Microgrant, there is an allocation of $250,000. For the Commercial Facade Grant, there's an allocation of $1,500,000. And for the Tenant Improvement / Interior Build Out, there's a allocation of $1,150,000.
Okay, so.
Do you want me to break that down in the number of projects that we expect for each program?
Sure.
Okay, so for the Commercial Plaza Recovery Program, we're estimating about 10 projects. The estimated amount that will be paid back to small businesses is $200,000 if the max is utilized. And so for that $100,000 allocation, we're expecting a direct impact of about $200,000 injected back into the local economy through the utilization of small, minority, and women-owned businesses. For the Small Business Microgrant, is $250,000 for 100 businesses to receive $2,500, which is money right into the hands of small businesses here that are in need. And could pay for their rent or could pay for equipment, inventory, or previous expenses that they've done for professional services as well. The commercial facade grant, we're estimating about 4 projects. We had 2 projects currently, and now with this program, we received a lot of interest in the commercial facade grant. So I don't foresee 4 being a challenge because we've already have seen interest from about 3 plazas already asking about the program. With this, we added a small business utilization component, if eligible, and if there is an availability of firms ready to take on the work, between 20 or 30% of these projects, the cost will be set aside and spent with local, small, women, and minority-owned businesses. So we're estimating a direct impact or an injection back into the local economy between 560 to 840,000, and that's just estimating 4 projects at the lowest range, which is a max of 350,000. The tenant improvement and interior build-out grant, we're expecting about 11 commercial spaces that we will transform, and in order to attract 11 new businesses that will invigorate and breathe life into the plazas throughout the city.
Thank you. Can you tell me the difference from a code enforcement standpoint between the commercial plaza recovery program and the commercial facade grant?
The commercial plaza recovery program and the commercial facade. So the commercial facade grant is for the exterior improvements of the plaza. These are for capital exterior improvements. This is a 50% grant. This isn't intended to cover violations, but if violations are covered under their plan, and it is a transformative project, we will welcome it. And this is a reimbursement grant as well, so they will need to complete the project within 2 years, and then 50% of that project cost will be reimbursed, and it's for eligible expenses. So we have a list of the eligible expenses covered under that program for exterior improvements. In terms of the commercial plaza recovery program, this is for plaza owners that are not trying to or maybe aren't able to do this transformative hundreds of $1,000s project. Maybe they're just trying to get back to net zero in terms of bringing their property back into compliance. And we've heard from many plazas recently that our approach to compliance has been a bit heavy-handed. The intent of this program is to create a collaborative approach and a program-driven approach to work with the plaza owner to get them to resolve their violations by introducing them to department staff that they will work with and making them aware of the processes that they need to follow. It's a more of a systematic approach to getting them back into compliance. A lot of times we see plaza owners that are under the commercial facade grant being issued violations for items that are currently under their plan to cover. And so they're abiding by different regulations or guidelines, but our code enforcement office might not be aware. And so that provides a sour relationship with plaza owners. And what we want to do is really foster that collaborative approach once again and build that relationship and that trust with the plaza owners and show them the city is willing to work with them. So there's a tiered-based reward system for timely completion of their project and also for small business utilization.
Has the city in the past had a facade grant program?
We have.
And what was the success rate in terms of data statistics?
Right, so we have 2 commercial facade grants. The initial target was 4. It was the first go-around of the commercial facade grant. Those 2 projects, one of them is approaching completion. The other one we're still working with in terms of helping the plaza owner kind of get through some financial issues that they're having and seeing how we can facilitate them through the rest of the program.
Okay, I'll say the reason for my line of questions is because for me personally, when I look at this commercial plaza recovery program and the commercial facade grant program, I feel like we're dumping a lot of money into the plazas, and I don't have any data to support that us doing that in the past was successful. I feel like, we have a responsibility to kind of bifurcate the two. I think it's 2 separate things. Supporting small businesses, I believe, is different from recovering or helping people recover from code enforcement violations.
Right. The purpose of these programs, they're created. they're multivariate in nature, so they're created with to create multiple effects, right? So one effect is the beautification of our plazas, right? Because that drives foot traffic. That's where the most of our businesses get their business from. Most of the small businesses are in these plazas, and so.
But when we talk about small
Yes.
business, right, the lower of the allocation is going to the small business, and we continue to want to support our shopping plazas.
Right.
And I think I have a little bit of a challenge there.
Sure.
Typically speaking, a grant recipient cannot have code enforcement violations. So in our case, we're saying, hey, come, because you have code enforcement, we want to help you fix them. That's kind of what we're selling right now. For me, I take a little bit of issue with that because I feel like, if we're going to look at a facade and we're going to say that there's, no code enforcement matter, really, a facade, are we just simply saying we want you to modernize your building? Or are we saying that there are code enforcement matters, which is why you need to come and apply for this facade program?
So there's two different programs. So the commercial facade grant is specifically for those exterior improvements. It's really to see transformative change. So when you see a blighted, outdated plaza with high vacancy rates and it's empty and it's dead, the purpose of and the intent of that program is to revitalize and improve it so that you can see the tenants that are there to get visibility, to drive traffic, and to increase spending. That's the purpose of that program.
I understand the aesthetics piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
But from a reality standpoint, right?
Yeah.
I was just doing my nails the other day, and the nail shop owner says to me, "Everyone's roof is leaking." Well, aesthetically, surely there's probably no violations on that plaza for leak roofing because we've given them permits to install tennis courts on the inside or whatever it is. But every business inside that plaza is struggling. My question is, again, from a facade standpoint, we're saying we want you to look nice, but the reason why perhaps some of these shopping plazas are not occupied is not necessarily because it doesn't look nice or it's not aesthetically pleasing. It's because that they're leasing from slumlords.
Yeah.
And because in a lot of cases, there is no signage, there is no visibility from the roadway. I've asked questions about, some of our, Walmart in my district, for example, the signage. There's people that are grandfathered into certain things. What we're doing here, I don't believe is directly affecting and positively impacting our small business community.
Yeah.
It's two separate things that we're dealing with here. And I think if we're going to pull $3 million to address issues, we need to bifurcate them and deal with them separately.
So I just want to...
Let me finish, I'm sorry.
Of course.
So from a small business standpoint, $2,500 can barely get one marketing. You can barely get marketing with $2,500. Further, it says that equipment is ineligible. The dry cleaner that I go to, his equipment is falling apart. We have businesses in our city that are doing the best to survive. They've been here for a long time. I think if we're going to look at grants and we're going to put together programs, we need to help people sustain. We need to be in the business of helping our businesses sustain, getting them the equipment. There's no reason why we can't, fund equipment if this is a reimbursement program.
Yeah.
Right?
Business equipment is eligible. It's under those expenses.
I read something under this micro grant that said it was ineligible. I thought I also read something that said that home-based businesses were also ineligible.
Home-based businesses are eligible to apply, but they are excluded from some expenses, such as commercial rent. We're not going to pay for the rent of a home, and also commercial liability insurance, as well as security systems. So they are excluded from some of those, but inventory and supplies, business equipment, professional services, and all purchases made under a business name can qualify under this program.
Okay. I would, I think, and then my last point with the incentive program, there's no business that has a 50-50. No one can support 50% match. I mean, if we're talking about, again, small businesses and we want to attract business, we're helping you build out. What if they don't need a build out? So they're just not eligible for dollars. What if they don't have the 50%? I mean, a dollar for dollar match is pretty exorbitant. I mean, it's not comparable across our county. And I think we just need to revisit that a little bit so that we can help people a little more.
Right. I also wanted to just touch on a little bit on the programs. I know that you mentioned that you want something that speaks more to the small businesses. The mechanism that's in place for these programs is to inject money back into the economy by creating small business jobs through the utilization of small businesses. So you look at a commercial facade grant that has a project that maybe costs $700,000 for that max of $350,000, which is a 50-50 match. So it's a reimbursement, but in this project you might have landscaping, you might have paving and milling, you might have signage, you might have lighting or electrical work, you might have concrete. Those are all jobs that are going to be set aside for small businesses within the city of Tamarac. So within plaza owners utilizing this grant, not only do we beautify the plaza, but we create small business, we create jobs for small businesses. And that's why I said that that amount, which was I think 560 to 800 and something, is going back into the local economy by paying those small businesses to really perform the scopes of work within these projects. I don't want you to confuse the commercial facade grant with the commercial plaza recovery program, because one is to address the violations. The other is, the intent is not to address violations. The intent is to try to create transformative change within these plazas that will hopefully help to attract the businesses that we want to see.
Thank you. We'll go to Vice Mayor now.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Well done on the job. It was very detailed and transparent. I appreciate the work you put in. I have lots of questions.
Please.
When comparing let me start with a positive. I like what we're doing for the small businesses, the 2,500. I think we should be able to do more. And I like the bill out, so maybe there's something we can work. So I think those two things are positive. I have a couple business owners in my district who are currently in need of help. So is there a way that they can immediately get help? So if somehow we could make that happen, I'd greatly appreciate it, because I've been trying to figure out how to get them help. So
yeah, we can see what we can connect them to. If it's not through the city, through community partners, and we can leverage the resources of our partners to aid in however way we can. You can just direct them to economic development, and we'll take it from there.
All right, and could we go back to the previous slide, please? Sure. Okay, thank you. So I am very much so against rewarding bad behavior, right? So if you have code violation, I don't think we should put millions of dollars into your plaza.
Yeah.
You know, we should reward those that have been doing well, is my take. Like,
are you referring to the commercial facade grant and those applying that might have
right,
violations?
to help out with the code like that goes?
No. The intent is not to help out with the code, and the intent of it is to do those transformative changes. And if they have violations, and you want to make it so that plazas that do have violations are not eligible for the program, that's something that we could utilize.
So it says eligibility criteria. Have active code violation eligible for a resolution under this program. Like, that was under eligibility criteria.
For the commercial facade?
In the backup. Okay. For commercial plaza recovery program.
Oh, that's different from the commercial facade grant. So the commercial plaza recovery is that $100,000.
Right. So is that $100,000 for the build out?
No, that commercial plaza recovery program is we're allocating $100,000 for one of the 3 tiered reward systems. So the first tier is just simply we work with the plaza if they complete their project in a timely manner according to the timeline that they submit. Then we will work with them, which is something that we do normally, to try to reduce or settle their fines. The second tiered reward is based on small business utilization. So if they utilize small businesses for the project costs, then we reimburse 20% of their project costs up to $5,000. And if they use 100%, that means 100% of their project cost goes to small businesses in the city, then we reimburse them 50% up to $10,000. So they will need to put in $20,000 of a project cost for getting their violations resolved, and they would need to spend that money with small businesses in order to receive that $10,000.
Oh, okay, that sounds a little better, but I still feel like if you do wrong, you get a reward. Because you are getting a reward. I mean, it sounds good, but technically you're getting a reward, right? And I don't see, I feel like the bulk of this $3 million, not feel like, the numbers tell it, the bulk of this $3 million is going to help plazas.
Yeah.
Whereas the bulk of the tax revenue that we get is from residents. So I feel like the bulk of the money that we're giving back to beautify our plaza should more go to residents that are starting a business or residents that currently own a business. But it should go back to the people who generated that money, not to a plaza owner who has had ample time to fix his plaza, his or her plaza.
Yeah.
And even though what we put in place might appear as punitive, this is the most work I have seen done in months to plazas in Tamarac. Kudos.
Yeah.
Like almost every plaza I drive by in Tamarac, either they're fixing the parking lot, they're painting, like kudos, that thing worked. And now we're gonna reward bad behavior? So we're gonna nullify everything that we have done. The most work I have seen done I've been in here over a decade. The most work in plazas. So it is doing its job.
So the calls that we're getting from commercial plaza owners that are interested in the commercial facade grant. So just so you know, the commercial facade grant isn't intended to resolve violations. That's not what it's intended to do, and it's separate from the commercial plaza recovery program.
Either way, all I'm hearing is plaza, 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 plaza. $3 million should not go to plaza, 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 plaza. It should go to business owners, residents, those people who pay taxes, who gonna make our city look better, be better, not plaza owners who have owned their stuff for years and have done nothing but collect rent and bring down our city. So keep up the good work, code enforcement, whoever is on these plazas, because the improvement is being seen. Very noticeable. So good job on that. So I would like to ask that we revamp it, that all this money is not going to just support plaza, but most of the money should go to residents who are starting business or people who are coming to our city to start in business. But I think if you're a resident and you have a business here, you should get double the money, right? Because you're recycling that money within the city. So I would like that part to revamp, but thank you again for doing such a wonderful job on this.
Thank you.
City Manager, you wanted to say something?
Madam Mayor, I just want to offer that if it's the desire of the City Commission, that maybe we can have another meeting outside of this and to work out these kinds of details before we bring this program back to the back to your approval.
Actually, I was going to have my comments and do a motion to table at a time certain that there could be a workshop on this item because there are so many things. So I'm going to just, before I do that, I'm going to say my comments and then I'll open it up to my request.
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Sure.
Workshop. Can we get consensus to see if we want to bring back the workshops?
Well, that's a whole other arrangement.
Can we look into that, City Manager?
I think we should put that back on a...
As needed, I think we can call for a workshop. And we do have one or two scheduled for June.
No, I mean with the commission, like how it was done before.
I'm sorry.
Like how the workshops were done before. Can we, however we can bring it back to get consensus from us if we want to revisit
It's
that?
the commission's call. If you all choose to bring it back, you can.
So that could be an item discussed at the next meeting, please. Put it on the agenda, and we will put this forth per procedure and ask for it to be discussed. Thank you, Commissioner. So I do think it's a good start. I really do. I think this is something that had we had a workshop on, we would have been able to brainstorm and pull this apart and maybe not be where I already said that I'm going to, telegraph that I'm going to go. But since I'm going to ask some questions in the interim to have plans, So I understand what we put in place. I do understand the point of we don't want to give money to those who have not paid attention to their property, but at the same token, on the historical data for this right now, there are some of our plazas who have been suffering because they have not made their tenants pay. And when they have not made their tenants pay over the past several years because of COVID and all the aftermath and the economy and everything that has been, so they don't have the money to be able to do what we're asking them to do, and that's why they need help. So I think that a one-size-fits-all approach is not what I support, because it doesn't take into consideration each separate thing. I know that we are being more restrictive, but I also feel bad. I have one business, small business, that had to move out of one plaza because the expenses were so high, she moved into another plaza. Unfortunately, they can't start their business because that landlord has fines. So what are we doing now? That tenant now needs to start paying rent. So while I appreciate our ability to try to work something, I think we also need to be reconsidering some of that, because we're hurting those that we're trying to help at the same time. And I don't know, I'd ask for notices to the realtors, I've asked for notices to the landlords, because if I'm that business that just moved into that plaza, if I was doing it on my own, then it's a little caveat emptor, but my landlord should have told me. And now I've just moved my business from one and I'm going into another situation. I'm a very small business. I'm about to lose my business, but I'm tenacious, I'm going to try. And $2,500, not paying the rent. So I'd like to figure out what we can talk about in our workshop on this, of what we can do to try to help on that as well, because it might be also some rental assistance. I'm not sure if we're putting in this program where we can give them a notice and they can leverage and get a loan. Part of this is, some of this reimbursement is very hard if you're a startup company and you don't have all that money and you need that $10,000 now. And it would be great because I have 5, you have 5, give me 10, and then I can reimburse you, I could pay you back. It could be a loan against my business. There could be some other creative ways to do this, to be able to help our small businesses burgeon. And then we can figure out about repayment and all that other stuff for some of the higher aspects. So I have listened to my colleagues. I agree with much of it, that we're trying to do the right thing. Some of it is taxpayer-based. Some of it, I believe, some of these funds that have been accumulated over the years have come from other programs. And I think we've got Winn-Dixie, which we still call Winn-Dixie until such time we start calling it as Bravo or Ideal or whatever it is. Yeah. That's been in the works for years. And I know that the plaza on University that has the breakfast, that I'm about to call it Egg and the Egg and You breakfast, they're going forward with it. There was another plaza that was awarded it, but unfortunately, with the additional expenses, what they found out, they can't afford to do it under the program. They're a prime example. Yeah.
They actually contacted us and they want to come back and do it. So
good.
We've been receiving a lot of feedback from the plaza owners saying, hey, we're interested in the commercial facade grant specifically because we're trying to do improvements and we're hoping to try to get the city's help in doing so.
Exactly. And so also as we think about plazas, the plazas are the houses for those small businesses. So we've got the florist, we got the curtains place, we've got the cookie bakery place, we've got this postal service place, right? All these places, a shoe, there's various places that they need the help. And we have one restaurant that had to leave because the landlord couldn't help them with some of the leaks that were coming into the business, which an existing business would have been able to fix the kitchen and all that other kind of stuff that they were having trouble with. But also it comes down to some of these other plazas that are being refurbished are new plaza owners that are inheriting the sins of the father, so to speak. We've talked about this in the past. So again, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and I really would like to table this to such time that we can have a workshop and table this to a workshop if there's any support. Seeing no support.
I have 2 minutes.
Was that a second or no? Because it's a motion to table. And
no, I'm saying I have 2 minutes to speak.
So then there's no support for the motion to table. Then Commissioner Polton, we first had Commissioner Patterson before you, so Commissioner Patterson's her 2 minutes. then Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Patterson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if we could, I don't know how my colleagues feel about it, but I wonder if we could just amend the amount for the small micro business grant or small business micro grant to $5,000 at a minimum, and bifurcate that program and the tenant improvement build-out program, approve those items tonight, and then we can address or maybe have some special session to further discuss the commercial plaza and commercial facade grant.
You're in your 2 minutes, so.
I'm gonna make that motion. And I'm going to see if there's anyone on the board that would second that.
We already have a motion on the table to support the whole item. And so Commissioner Bolton would have to take your friendly amendment supported by Commissioner Wright in order to bifurcate this into amending the whole motion to just being supporting micro grants to 5,000. You have a motion on the table. So it's either we cancel the first motion and call it.
So I'm not in favor of approving it as is. So
Correct.
I would motion to withdraw my second to the original motion.
You weren't.
Okay.
Commissioner Wright was a second to the original motion. Commissioner Bolton was made the motion. So either we can have the motion and it will either pass or fail. And if it fails, we can come back with other alternatives. So, or if you're amending the motion, we can ask the maker of the motion and the second person who seconded to accept the amendment.
Whatever is appropriate. But I can't support the original motion or the
why
item
don't we
as
make it
is.
easy and why don't we just call Commissioner Bolton still wishes to speak for his 2 minutes.
Okay.
And so we'll then call the roll on this one if no one else has any further comments. Commissioner Bolton.
I do too.
Okay, so I've got Commissioner Bolton and then Vice Mayor Daniel.
Okay, so I think that Commissioner Patterson is correct. I think that is what I'd love to do too. Maybe we can also increase the number, the project count to try to help as many businesses as possible. The tenant improvement part of it, you said it was a match?
So it's a 50-50 match up to 100,000. So if they put in 50,000 for necessary interior improvements that are permanent to the space, we would put in another 50,000. So if the total project cost is 100, then they'd be reimbursed at 50%.
Okay, so I don't think I appreciate that section, and I'm for that section, but I'm not for the 50-50 match.
Okay.
I think that small businesses, they would have fixed their business if they had the money. Gotcha. They would also go and get a loan if they could get a loan, right? I'm a small business owner, and I can tell you it's hard. It's not easy. So, I think that we should also pass that section, but not with a 50-50 match. I think we should just go straight to helping them with money.
So, just so I'm understanding, just so the 100,000 flat, so we can just, or a certain amount up to 100,000, maybe base it off of what their proposal, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then this would be for tenant improvement, interior build out. This is not to the landlord, this is to the tenant.
No, this is to the tenant.
And go through the requirements for that again?
So for this, you need to be one of the businesses in those sections that I mentioned before, the dine-in, shopping, lifestyle, or entertainment sectors. And then apart from that, you'll meet the rest of the program requirements, which is basically you need to have a business tax receipt and some other documents in terms of being registered in the city and in the county, etc.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, and one more thing, Commissioner. the expenses, there's an eligible expenses list. So it won't be for anything that's like temporary or decorative in nature. These are permanent structural things. So things like life safety, windows and doors, drywall, flooring, lighting, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, things like that that could help really improve the space.
Jim, if you can go back to the previous slide, I just want to point out that these are obviously to help with the tenant, but these are the kinds of improvements that would stay with the plaza. Those are right. So the plaza improvements that also assist or help with the incoming tenant.
And a point of clarification, landlords make tenants, mostly all landlords make tenants pay for the improvements. They sometimes will give a break on their rents, but they make the tenants pay for the improvements. It is standard in commercial leases, and that's why they're negotiated. And that's why, while it may be said to, it's for the landlord, but in order for the tenant to do their work, they need the modification, and this is what happens. So, Commissioner Bolton, you still have your...
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Being a business owner, I understand that if I'm going to do any improvements to the interior of my business, then the improvements is going to stay with the landlord. I can't even buy an AC unit and then take it when I'm leaving. They keep it. Yeah. So, you know, it's absurd, but I understand it.
Okay.
So no 50-50 match, but I would also say that 25% of whatever we're awarding to them should go to rent and not just improvements. Because let's say somebody fixes the inside of their business and then the next month can't pay the rent.
Yeah.
Then they leave the place, Taj Mahal, to the next person that comes in.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a portion of it should go to rent, a portion of it should go to improvement, and no 50-50 match for that section.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm in agreement, and I think we all are, with the helping the business going forth. I think it should be more than 2,500. I think if you're a resident of the city of Tamarac, you should get double whatever a non-residents get. So if we raise it to 5,000, then if a resident start up a business in Tamarac or have an established business in Tamarac, there should be 10,000. I think the bulk of this $3 million should go to the business owner in some form. So maybe or at least 50% of this $3 million, if we're allocating $3 million, if we're agreeing to allocate $3 million, at least 50% of it should go to small business, because really, that's what we want. And if you own a plaza for that long, obviously you're making a profit, or you would sell, or do something else, or fix it up. So
I just wanted to add, Commissioner Daniels, that the small business grant is for expenses that they've already
Well,
made.
we could change that, can't we?
Yeah,
okay.
We can. But just the logic behind that is so that a business owner doesn't come to us and say, hey, I purchased a printer for $5,000, and then we give them $5,000, and then they return the printer and use the money on lotto tickets or whatever it is.
Knowing that, set up stipulation to negate that from happening.
Yeah, so that was the mechanism that we were using.
Yeah, and that's. I told you did a good job. I'm not, I'm just in disagreement with some of the items, but I think your job was thorough and very transparent. So knowing that, and you probably know a lot more than I do of what people do to scam, then put up, what do you call those, guardrails to prevent those from happening.
Okay.
So as a small business owner who has rented and had leases and also worked on leases, it is very difficult. And I think that you have done a great job. And I think that you've heard a lot from here. I am not comfortable doing on the fly, setting a motion, saying let's change this, let's change that, and then not know the effect of what we're doing with the $3 million and other things. I am going to say it again. I am asking for a motion to table until such time this commission can have a workshop on this item to really flesh this out and do a program that we can all support.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. City Clerk, please call the roll. they all are in need, so I could have a workshop quickly. City Clerk, please call
Mayor
the roll.
Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wright,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daniel,
No.
Commissioner Patterson,
No.
Commissioner Bolton.
No.
Thank you. Motion fails 3-2.
All right. So let's do it on the fly. Whose motion's up? Commissioner Patterson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I would go back to making a motion to bifurcate the commercial plaza recovery, commercial facade grant to a workshop. We can discuss those items separately. I think that we take the small business grant, we increase that amount to $5,000. We take the tenant improvement, interior build out, we remove the match. It's a $100,000 reimbursable grant for the eligible improvements currently listed to also include furniture, fixtures, and equipment. I think I mentioned earlier that there was somewhere where I saw equipment not being included, but I think that there's a number of our existing businesses that have old equipment, and this will help them sustain if we were to include equipment. So that would be the motion that I would have on the floor today.
Commissioner, if I just might add, could we remove the priorities to the industries from the small business micro grant section? I think it was geared toward aviation and all the list of things that I think we should just have it open to businesses. You know, whatever, you're registered in Tamarac, you can apply.
I would like a point of clarification. We want to then include private and commercial golf courses, country clubs, massage parlors, adult entertainment, hot tub facilities, suntan facilities, racetracks, other facilities used for gambling, and other storefront, which are principal sale of alcoholic beverages, tobacco, and other drug presents. Like, we're going to get rid of this? Is that what, I'm trying to make sure I'm on the...
Well, does our code currently preempt us, or do we allow for these uses in the city currently? If they're not currently approved uses, then I could understand why they're listed. But if any of them are not currently or are currently approved uses per our zoning code, then I think that we...
Yeah, I think what the commissioner is referring to is the bottom list, the one that has the priority for certain industries. I think that's what he's asking, to
That's
not
what
have a priority list, and
So
that way
keeping
all
the
business.
ineligible and
we would-
changing the priority.
Yes, I
Oh,
think
that they
Commissioner Bolton, am I correct?
Absolutely. You verbalized it well. I was intelligent enough to repeat it. I know other people like to muddy up what I try to say. But again, to remove the priority list that specifically states that you have to be aviation, aerospace, financial services, global logistics, headquarters, life sciences, manufacturing, marine industry, technology. So we're just removing the priority list.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
If you can add the, like Dr. Vice Mayor Daniel mentioned, the 10,000 for Tamarac residents. If the business owners are residents of Tamarac, I think we should add that as well. Also, I think people purchasing equipment should get a little more money in terms of, like, I'm looking at the one in Boynton, and they offer $2,500 for home-based businesses. Some of the things that you mentioned, marketing and that type of stuff, but they also offer $10 grand for equipment purchases because that requires more money. Business equipment and $2,500 for marketing, web design, print, TV. So I think we should do $5,000 for that stuff, and additional $10,000 for business equipment and inventory, because those businesses required more compared to someone who's running a service business.
I'd like a point of clarification on that. So I'm a home business, I'm a cottage industry, and I'm baking. So now I'm going to have a commercial kitchen in my house. And so that's what I'm asking. This is not, I'm not trying to be facetious. One of the reasons why there were some exceptions is because they didn't, and if it's what the will of the group wants, if it's not mentioned, then we have trouble. So my question is, when we're saying the small home businesses, are we including the new kitchen and the HVAC and the AC and the alarm system, or stuff that goes in to a business that's in a business plaza that's not in a home?
Well, I think the commissioner mentioned anything with the code was still going to follow the code. I'm just saying, if you own a print shop on Commercial Boulevard and you have a storefront, you can get 10 grand more. I'm not saying to open a kitchen in your house and you get 10 grand. I think you're twisting it.
No, I'm not trying.
I'm just saying that home-based people are people who work from home, people who are consultants, people who are attorneys. You can get $5,000 because your business doesn't require as much capital as opposed to someone who owns a storefront that has manufacturing and that type of stuff. I'm not trying to change anything. I'm just saying that person who already has that business existing should get a little more money because they require more in terms of manufacturing as opposed to someone who owns a at-home service business where they're doing consultant.
That's what I was trying.
Yeah. So I'm not saying build a bake shop in your house. I'm just saying that existing businesses, if you're home-based, you do consulting in your home-based business, you qualify as a home-based business based on the code, you can get $5,000. But if you have a bigger business that produces stuff, you're going to require more money. I'm someone that works in technology. We also own a factory in Boynton, 50,000 square feet. Requires a lot more money to run a factory and produce jobs than selling online. We have two different companies. One is an online company and one is a local company. The online company, all we pay for is developers, marketers, they're scattered all across the world. That's a lot of areas to service, whereas in Boynton, it's 50 people in a factory that shows up every day, $500,000 for equipment. You require more. So that's all I'm saying from that perspective, from a business perspective, as a business owner and a business executive, I'm thinking of the business person who has a different type of business.
I understand that. I'm not objecting to that. I just wanted clarification because I heard home-based businesses including certain capital improvements, and that's why I just wanted to make sure that what we're proposing is, I have no problem with home-based businesses, but there are certain restrictions in a home-based business that are in here that are safeguards from people just saying that they're doing certain things and using the money for those guardrails that were said. Right. That's all.
Elon Musk started PayPal in his bedroom. The rest is history. So people with home-based businesses, they start small, they grow. We still want to support them in their dream. There's a rise in solo entrepreneurs, according to entrepreneurship.com. There's a rise in solo entrepreneurs who are doing 6- and 7-figure businesses. With AI, with the advent of technology, there's these people who can run a company that make a lot of money, that contributes to the economy, that contributes to the business. So we have to move past our way of thinking and thinking that if you're a home-based business, you want to buy a baking machine. No. You can make a lot of money selling stuff online with a home-based business. And I'm just saying, we want to encourage those entrepreneurs. We have a lot of people. And I think Ms. Hyacinth mentioned that having an incubator where people can come, they can work as a business, or trying to support everyone. Tamarac is moving forward. It's a new generation. And we're thinking ahead for our businesses. So I just wanted to make those amendments so we can have that in it. Obviously, it's going to pass. We want to make sure all businesses are covered. I agree with Commissioner Bolton. Those industries, we shouldn't be limited to those industries based on Broward County. It's one of the, Broward County is like a state, and we're the government closest to the people, and we're making laws and providing stuff for the businesses to succeed. So one day, we want to have a Steve Jobs that start out in Tamarac Village and build a big company that creates jobs here. That's what we're trying to create.
Gotcha. Commissioner, Vice Mayor, actually City Manager, whatever your title is at this minute, because I think we need a restroom break. City Manager,
I just want to point out that, as we change numbers, we need to also establish the aggregate amounts for the different categories. And tally them up so we stay
within the
budget. So what is your request? Your request is that we just say we make.
If we change the micro grant amount to $10,000, for example, we need to establish the aggregate amount. Right now it's set at $250,000. Are we changing that, or are we keeping it the same?
I don't think that we should increase the $3 million because this is coming from general fund, and I'm already a little bit uncomfortable using taxpayers' dollars for this. So the plaza, the plaza facade thing, and the commercial, whatever it is, the other two programs that is not there, reduce it by the amount that we increase it for the other programs, because I heard the Vice Mayor sentiments as well. I don't think that I would want to give money to some Wall Street company that owns a plaza in Tamarac, right? So, reduce that amount.
Absolutely.
Reduce that amount.
Yeah.
And I just want to.
The attorney.
I just want to make mention too
Just for the
that.
record.
Just hold on.
Okay.
I just want to make mention too that the tenant improvement interior build out section as well should not just be for Tamarac businesses, but Any business in Broward County can apply for the program if they're moving to Tamarac and opening a business in Tamarac. I think that gives an incentive for people to move their business in Tamarac. If I'm in Lauderdale Lakes, and I would love to...
Point of clarification. I would eliminate to Broward County. Anyone who wants to come here and start a business.
I understand, globally, right? Right. And by the way, I'm not going to Trinidad for my birthday. It was an inside joke. Commissioner Wright and I we have an inside joke on that. So, and I'm sure you know my inside joke to Mayor. You're inquisitive like that. So if there's a business that is anywhere, right, and I hear that Tamarac is giving out $100,000 for tenant build-outs, you know what? I would love that. That would give me the incentive to go and actually move my business to Tamarac. And if I were not a commissioner, I'd move my business from North Lauderdale to Tamarac just to do it. You see what I'm saying? So just make sure that is in there. And of course, Hyacinth, make sure that you move to Tamarac and take advantage of this program as well.
City Attorney, you wish to say something?
I just wanted to emphasize the manager comment is a $3 million cap. How you guys shift it is up to you guys. Okay.
City Clerk, you have a lot that's been spinning towards you. What do you have so we can make sure that it is the motion that is being requested?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask you to repeat, or our Commissioner Patterson to repeat, because there was a lot more saying.
Let's go step by step, because Commissioner Patterson made one motion, amended by Commissioner Wright, amended by Commissioner Bolton, sort of amended by the Vice Mayor. So let's just go down the line so we can make sure whatever we are putting in the motion is understood and acceptable. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I am making a motion to bifurcate commercial plaza recovery and commercial facade grant for a workshop further discussion. Further, to approve the small business micro grant at an increased amount of $10,000?
No.
Oh.
$5,000.
And I said 10,000 to residents, that additional 5.
So $5,000 and an additional $5,000 if you are a Tamarac resident or Tamarac-based business.
Everybody has to Tamarac residents.
I think a better wording is $10,000 for resident-owned businesses and $5,000 for non-resident-owned businesses.
In the city of Tamarac.
Okay.
And the overall grant amount is $500,000.
I agree with that amount.
I agree.
So we're going to increase the small business total aggregate amount to $750,000.
Okay.
The allocation per business will be $5,000 for non-Tamarac based businesses and $10,000 for Tamarac.
For resident-owned businesses.
Non-resident Tamarac.
Non-Tamarac resident based businesses and 10 for the opposite. Regarding the tenant improvement program, we want to eliminate the 50-50 match. We also would like to eliminate the priority list. We want to include furniture, fixtures, and equipment in the eligible improvements list.
And rent.
And rent on commercial properties, not home-based businesses, unless the home-based business, per our current zoning code, is an allowable use. So if there's an allowable use in a home-based business, maybe it's a daycare and they need to do some build-out, I don't know. But if there is a home-based business with an allowable use that requires additional equipment, we want to permit that.
Sorry, that takes it a bit further than what, because with the state coming in, they allow all kinds of roofs, so if I'm going to become a hairdresser in my house. Sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying as whatever the code currently
But
supports.
the thing is, the state has superseded some of our rules on the code and allows certain things of our home-based business. So there's a neighbor who does some car work out of his home. There's another neighbor that does hair and has redone some plumbing in their home for a home. So those are it makes it hard to just say
Point of
based on our own
clarification.
code. So
I think the 100K shouldn't be towards home-based business. I think that should be towards high street business. That's a British word, if you know what it is. A retail business that's coming to the city. We want to spur like entertainment and restaurants and that type of stuff. So I think that 100K should be focused on entrepreneurs who are bringing physical businesses
into a brick and mortar.
Yeah, brick and mortar business.
At the same token, I'm not opposed to home-based businesses getting assistance for some capital needs to be able to.
So they would
but
be
just
qualified
not
under
furniture,
the small
not
business
fixtures,
micro
not-
grant.
Yeah, just not furniture, not fixtures. Like the precautions that were already in there, I think need to stay for home-based, but not saying a home-based business that is in need for startup, such as those things. That's all. It was just the fixtures part.
Sometimes you might have a home-based business as your domicile address, but you might be drop shipping and selling product. So your address might be, wherever you live, but you might have inventory that you purchase someplace else. So those home-based businesses, because you're sitting at home, but business in the world now is global and it's operated differently. So you might be a home-based business, but you might purchase inventory someplace else. You might use that money to purchase inventory to sell online.
That's why I'm not opposed to home-based businesses receiving assistance. It was just the fixtures that go into a home that changes the home structure and actually stays with the home. As you're talking about tenant improvements, that tenant improvement doesn't stay with the landlord. You're the landlord. That becomes your property. And we've now redone your bathrooms. We've now redone the kitchen. We've now done the HVAC. That's why I'm just saying I would think that we would need to keep those high-ticket items as precaution in there as a restriction, but still allow assistance to home-based businesses.
Okay, so I'm going to try that one more time. So tenant improvement program, we're going to eliminate the 50-50 match. We're going to keep the allocation at $100,000 per applicant. We want to eliminate the priority list. We want to include rent as an eligible use of fund, as well as furniture.
25%, sorry, he said. I think Commissioner Bolton said 25% rent. To be specific, 25%.
25%
yeah, 25,
rent?
Yeah, towards
Wait,
rent.
1 minute. Sorry, Miss. With the 100,000, should it now go to 50,000 since it's not a match? And maybe we could help. Okay, just asking.
Well, they might need the 100,000 to get
Oh, yeah,
them.
that's what I was asking.
And they can be able to leverage it and get a loan. Like, I know that I'm going to get this. I have this proof from the city. I'm going to the bank, and because banks are starting to lend again, and be able to give them that opportunity if they have a higher amount. But it's an up to 100,000, not actually.
The whole 100,000.
You're not guaranteed 100,000. It's not.
Point of clarification as well. I think we should also add event-type business. I see in Fort Lauderdale to spur economic growth on the beach. They give money towards event. So if someone want to bring a golf tournament to Colony West, maybe a big golf tournament that's going to bring people, we can.
I think that's a separate grant.
I
wouldn't be in there. Okay.
Yeah.
No, just
it's a nice idea to brainstorm at that other meeting that we're going to have eventually.
I saw that in Fort Lauderdale, so since we're adding to it, I just wanted to get that in there. Okay.
And for the 25%, it's up to 25% for rent. You don't want to be strict with 25% because if somebody can afford to pay their rent, you don't want them. You don't want to tie their hands. So,
is the rent in the build-up?
So up to 25% for us.
Commissioner Patterson, can you finish the motion? So
everything has been tried, but remember, there's a lot to go in this. This is not like just we're saying we're going to hang up.
Just trying to, so we're going to lose the frame of mind.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Did I cover everyone? I think so.
Second.
I just had a question.
Sure.
So from what I understand, it's $100K per applicant, up to $100K.
Up to $100K per applicant.
We're taking out the 50-50 match, and it's for the tenant improvement / interior build out of commercial spaces, but also offering assistance to home-based businesses. Is that right?
And we also want to ensure that this is available to relocate new businesses into our city.
I understand your point of clarification, and it's a good point of clarification. We're talking about tenant build-out section, and maybe there should be no funds going to it for tenant improvement section to homes. that should be on the small business micro grant.
Point of clarification, Mayor, it's also an interior build-out, which I believe the guidelines currently call for new relocations currently, doesn't it?
So for existing businesses and businesses that are relocating to the, let's say they're opening, you're coming into a commercial plaza or commercial space and you're doing a complete brand new build out, or you're an existing tenant that needs to do some interior build out, but maybe it's not as extensive as someone who's just coming in. So you can pick and choose some types of
keywords for the home-based business here, which is not in a plaza.
Yeah.
That was where the comment comes from.
I think just take out the home-based thing.
For the tenant
that part.
improvement section, no home-based, but the micro grants,
we're going to extend it to
5,000. But if you're a home-based business in Tamarac, you're going to 10,000 because it's home-based.
Yeah.
So we clean that part out, right?
Right.
Okay.
And then also too, it's also going to help with the commercial property rent up to 25%. As part of the tenant improvement interior build out as well.
Correct.
And this is only going to be for businesses now coming into the city.
Right.
Okay.
But then that word interior is messing with my mind, because what if a business wants to put up a sign, like their lighted sign outside?
Yeah.
Or what if they want to repave the
Commissioner, I think
the outside of their.
You have two words: tenant improvement, and you have a slash interior build out.
Okay, so just remove interior build out.
No, the interior is separate. Keep it. It's
Yeah,
separate.
it's separate.
Okay. Oh, so you can do either or.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can pave the outside of their business.
So there's some eligible expenses. Some of it include the signage, awnings, that's included. But as far as like paving and stuff like that, that's not included in there.
That's the landlord. Unless it's written in their lease that says you can take it and do it. It's
but
not
there
gonna-
are some businesses that are standalone, that the person owns the property.
Gotcha.
It's a small business, and I think that they should be able to apply to repave the outside of, because there are. So I think.
Isn't that also plaza?
No,
Because if it's my own business and I have a freestanding, I'm a 3 acre lot and I have all this place and it's just me. I've got one tenant. So, is that circumventing? I'm just asking. Does that circumvent if I'm using the tenant build out section from being part of the facade part and taking away from other places?
It can overlap. Let's say if you're an auto body shop and you have standalone building, and now you're utilizing the interior build-out grant to do some exterior things, such as like the paving, or let's say maybe even potholes that you have in the parking lot or whatever it is. It can overlap with the commercial facade grant, which is designed to do those exact same improvements.
But
And has
point of
different
clarification.
requirements.
Point of clarification, I think that we have to be careful because there's a difference between beautification and code enforcement. So, we have businesses, again, when we talk about facade, that are old, they just are not aesthetically pleasing, but that doesn't mean that they have code enforcement issues. So we could, having someone plant trees and add flowers, or, turn a building from yellow to white isn't necessarily a code enforcement matter. It's just beautification and enhancement. So I think there are some differences. That's why I asked that question earlier.
We do have a separate grant through community development already in place. It's called the Community Improvement Program for commercial properties that do aesthetic improvements. That's up to $5,000. That's already in place and available for.
That's not enough for a business.
Yeah. But just so you know, they can couple that onto it, so they can apply for both and maybe be eligible for more assistance.
Well, that's why we bifurcated the two commercial programs.
Right.
So maybe when we talk about that in the workshop, you can bring that one too, and we can kind of rediscuss all of that. But for sake of the motion that's on the table.
One other clarification.
I just want to make sure that if a business is not a plaza but a standalone business, there's small business, nonprofit, hair salon, whatever it is.
That's the question. Are we allowed to do nonprofits? I think in here it said we're not allowed to do nonprofit.
It's for-profit.
That's why I wanted to ask that question. That's my point of clarification, because if it's nonprofit,
Yeah.
Or not?
And listen, my church is not in Tamarac. I don't have a branch of church in Tamarac or whatever it is, and I don't own no Kiwanis club. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that. But I think that we should include nonprofits. There are people who are struggling in their nonprofits, and yeah.
Opening
Point
up
of clarification. I think we say for-profit business. I think we should keep it that way. One thing to think about, kind of in a neighboring city, a very popular restaurant, the person actually purchased the building and they're opening the restaurant in their building. So what if someone purchased a building, different entity, and then wants to open a different entity? Would they qualify as well? Because you're going to have some people who are going to come with business ideas and they're going to might purchase a building, they might have enough capital, and they might want that 100K. So someone might buy a building and then want to open a restaurant. And the restaurant is a whole different business than the actual property.
Commissioner, I'm a pastor as well, right? And there's such a thing as church-owned businesses. There's such a thing as you have a church that is a standalone building. Let's say, for instance, Pastor Alex Waldo. He has a nice building in Tamarac. He's nonprofit. I'm not saying that he would apply. He's not reached out to me for application, whatever it is. But if that building needed some fixing, or if his parking lot needed some repaving, I think that he should be able to apply.
I am a man of God. I pray every day.
Right.
I pay my tithes. I think this was to spur businesses and for-profit businesses. So I think non-profit, while it sounds very noble, I think this is focusing on small businesses. That could be a different conversation we can have.
No,
I think if we add nonprofits, we're then now opening it up to all of our HOAs. So they can fix their pools, they can fix their clubhouses, they can fix. So you can't discriminate. You do it to nonprofit, you do it for one nonprofit, you do it for all. So, the point of this particular item was to assist our businesses and bringing business to our city. And this has nothing against religion, it has nothing against our HOAs and our COAs, but we're trying to help our businesses right now. So I think at another time we could think about something else.
Okay.
So
I think we got the motion, the gist of it.
Call the question.
Yeah.
Do you need it reread to you, or are you good? Actually, wait a second. I have a motion by Commissioner Patterson of the motion. Did I get a second? Okay, Commissioner Wright is seconded. Sorry.
I think we already had the motion. We
have a motion.
The original motion. The original motion, we're just doing a friendly amendment to the original motion. There's no new motion.
Actually, there was no. We got rid of the first motion.
We
started
already,
a new
we
motion,
already voted.
and Commissioner Patterson did the motion. And Commissioner
I understand.
Wright.
I fall back. Move on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, please call.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:37. I have been begged by people for a break. And 10 minutes. Actually, 10:50. Just 10:50. It's nice and easy. It's 10:37 right now. You get 12 minutes. 13 minutes.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, it is 10:51. If our records reflect correctly, we are now up to ordinances on first reading, 7A. CO
Go ahead, Mayor.
2591. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Item 7A, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Tamarac adopting the first budget amendment of the City of Tamarac operating budget, revenues and expenditures, the capital budget, and the financial policies of fiscal year 2025 by increasing total revenues and expenditure by a total of $2,895,924, reflected in attachment A and B, incorporated herein, providing that the first amendment is being adopted in the same manner as the original budget, serve as a new budget, providing for conflicts, providing for sellability, providing for an effective date. Thank you.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
I appreciate the desire to rush through this, but, a few seconds of letting me say motion and second would be great. So I have a motion by Commissioner Patterson, and I have a second by Commissioner Bolton. I will now, Christine Kajus, our Financial Services Director, is available for any questions. She gave a presentation that was delivered at the Staff Agenda Review Workshop on Monday. I have some people signed in. I'm opening up public comments. I believe Dr. Darcy Schiller is gone for the evening. I have Kate Johnson and then Mark Goggin. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing that no one else wishes to speak on this item, after Mr. Goggin, public comments on 7A will be closed.
All right, just got a blood sugar drop. I guess it's kind of late. Kate Johnson, Mainlands 4. Having read the backup materials, it appears that $170,848 of that request is for 2 new commission aides. I would really like to understand the necessity of 2 additional aides. Are these in addition to the many liaisons the commissioners and the mayor already have? I would like clarity, as I'm sure other residents would. How many aides were there before these 2 new positions were added in January, along with adding additional liaisons at a workshop where the public wasn't open to speak and never brought up at a commission meeting? So how many liaisons does each commissioner have? What are the hours per week that each commissioner has for liaisons? How many liaisons in total work for the commissioners? How many aides work for the commission? What is the total cost for all of these positions that help the commissioners do their job that maybe they should be doing some of? By the way, you voted on these positions before determining if it was in the budget, which obviously it wasn't budgeted for, because you're now asking for the money for an adjusted budget. I understand budgets often need to adjust, but positions should be stable and not added after the budget is set, unless it's an emergency, and this is not an emergency. If you want new positions, that discussion should take place during budget workshops before voting on the budget, not adding it just because you've decided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Goggin from East Tamarac. I'm going to join on what Kate said. Where is this money coming from? Is everybody aware what our friends and enemies up in Tallahassee are doing? They're looking at cutting money that's going to come for run the cities in a year or 2. Where are you going to cut? You keep adding positions, spending more money. They're going to cut the taxes on the people, which cuts the money coming to the city to do the job. That's going to mean, where are you cutting? We can't cut police. We can't cut the fire. We need them. They're required. What we need to cut is some of these extra people around your positions. Also, your salaries went up again this year. Why? We have this budget cuts. It's getting tight on everybody. The money needs to be stopped spending and save some when this thing goes through that was in the paper that the governor is pushing for. How much is the city going to lose if this bill goes through? The county commissioner was talking about it, and the administrator for the county was talking about it. But we don't hear the city talking about it. You just want to spend more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments are now closed. I'm not seeing anybody from the commission wishing to speak, so I will. If you would, Christine, would you please, Ms. Kajus, please come down to the podium?
Christine Kajus, Director of Financial Services.
Thank you. What's been changed from the last time we had this motion here and it failed?
We put more details in regarding each item, but nothing else has changed.
When you say more details, did you tell us exactly how items are being spent?
We put in details regarding when items were approved by the commission, because we had acted on those approvals from the commission in budget workshops or via resolution. So we put that detail in just to convey that these items had prior approval and we had acted on that approval to start spending, and then this is just like housekeeping for the commission to appropriate the dollars.
Okay. So these items that were changed, that were voted on or approved by consensus at workshops, are those details in the back of how much the money is and where it's going for?
Could you repeat?
So the items, you said that there was some housekeeping based on the last meeting. There were two items that had, it stated that they were approved at a commission workshop. One said
Yes.
January 6th, one had another date.
Yes.
Was the backup of those presentations included for numbers for us to see?
No.
Okay. So the other one that was approved by resolution, I see that there was just a removal of 2 words and nothing else was included. And that was approved by what came on as an other and then became a resolution. Was there any detailed backup for what that program is for?
No, just the resolution.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, do you have any of those details? I know I asked for what the plan is, so how much we're spending, what is going for. One of the items is clear. It's $925,000 that we know where the money came from. But the other money, there's no detail on it. And one of them was a resolution that was passed without any detail of how that money was going to be spent. So how do we know what is being asked for is actually enough money to cover, or might not be too much money to cover?
Madam Mayor, $30,000 is the money that was asked to fund that program, and that's what's included in the budget.
Where was that
amendment.
money asked from?
Pardon me?
Who asked for that money?
That money is to complete the commission's direction by that resolution to fund those 2 programs, Fit Zone and the Green Initiative.
Where is the description of what that money is going to be used for?
That description is exactly what's in the resolution 2025-020.
So you're saying that because we agree that fitness, mental health, and holistic point of view aligns with the city initiatives, recognize the importance of initiatives, that therefore we support this wellness initiative, and we hereby express support for the initiative and recognize the importance of this initiative for promoting physical activity, mental wellness, and community engagement, encourage all residences, business owners, and organizations to participate in this initiative. City manager designee authorized to do all things to effectuate this resolution is the only thing we have. Are you saying there is not a business plan or some kind of outlay of where the money is going to and how we get to the number of $30,000? Because
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor, but budget amendments are not the place for those kinds of details. Those are details that are part of the procurement process. This budget amendment is for allocating the funding for this expenditure.
Well, we already have.
If you like those details, we can definitely provide them to you, but they normally don't belong to the budget amendment.
Okay, these are resolutions that never had money placed in it, and so therefore it was a blank check that was just agreed to.
And this is
and
the
now we're in a
process
budget amendment, and you're asking us to approve something on behalf of the city without knowing where the money's going to and how it's been spent. Plus, you can't say it's a procurement item when you already have advertising for events to happen. So obviously things have been procured. So I have been asking for the details of how this money is going to work, yet I can't seem to receive it because nobody seems to have it.
Mayor, there's no secret about how the money is being spent or where it's going. But if you follow the process, the first step was to approve the resolution, and the commission did approve that resolution. And the second step was to fund that contents of that resolution. And this budget amendment is funding that resolution.
Right, but the resolution.
So now you're asking for the details in terms of where that $30,000 is going. And we can definitely provide you that information.
Why would I approve money to go be spent? Everything else that you have before us, we know how money is going to be spent. We've been told how money is going to be spent. But you want us to base it on a blank resolution that says we want to support something without a blueprint, without an idea, and tell us that that is smart fiduciary responsibility here?
The amount of detail for that item is no different than any other item up there.
Are you kidding me?
It has the same amount of detail as the other items up in that.
You're going to tell me that all the budgets and the AMI and the $9 million and plus that has actual stuff that we've workshopped and talked about and voted on where we know how much these things are is the same as having a resolution that says we want to support something?
I'm saying that same amount of detail is included as backup into this budget amendment and like any other item. But the details in terms of what those items or what those dollar amounts are going for are detailed in their original, resolution.
But we were presented a budget. We were presented with items to know how much it was going to cost before we approved those items. On this particular item, or items, because now all of a sudden it's not just fitness zone, you're now adding wellness. So, but it doesn't say that. You're now saying it's now for 2 programs versus the original 1, but we don't know what it's being spent for. We don't even know what the program is.
I'm saying this is one of the items that the City Commission approved, and this is the mechanism to fund that program through a budget amendment. And so further details in terms of, how the money is being spent are part of our financial records, and we can definitely provide every single one of those, items.
I think that is something that if we're trying to be smart about our money, we would like to know what we're spending it on before we just say yes. I happen to do a Move with the Mayor once a month. I've done it for 4 years now, approximately 4 years, even with the T-shirts that I bought or the towels that I bought that have lasted over those 4 years and paying for the people, the instructors. If I've reached $6,000, and I'll just go higher on $8,000 on that estimate, that's for over 4 years. So you're now asking this commission to approve a fitness zone without any information, or a wellness, or whatever the other one is, the green initiatives, without an idea of what we're saying yes to, and just say yes to $30,000. I'd be happy to say yes if I knew what we're spending money on. But it seems that I can't get that information despite having asked for it for the past several weeks. And so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to say what I've said before.
I can ask our finance department director to provide that information to you tomorrow.
I'm not voting today on something that I should have had and could have had beforehand.
But as I said, that kind of information traditionally is not part of budget amendment backup documentation.
Okay, I'll accept that, but at the same token, we keep saying from the dais, we don't have to do everything the same way we've done it before. So hey, I'll use your logic right back at you. So we don't have to do it the same way just because we haven't put it in beforehand, knowing this is a new expenditure and nobody's ever seen anything, or maybe there have been some who've seen it, but some of us haven't, and we have asked for it, and it didn't have to maybe go in here. But this is a public expenditure that we are doing, and the public has the right to know what we were using it for, and we have the right to know what we're saying yes for within a year of this expenditure. And actually, if it's FY25, I'll take my next 2 minutes. If it's FY25, that means we're only using it for, we've got leftover, we'll just say May, June, July, August, September. So we're spending $30,000 in 5 months? That's the budget analysis that we're doing here for the amendment? Again, I have no problem being supportive of items, but if I have no knowledge about them, I am not going to write a blank check, not on behalf of the city. So I will just say again, I couldn't support it last time because I had no information. Nothing has changed other than adding 2 or 3 words and removing 2 words. Does not make this something that I can support. So there you have it. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Question, with the 2 aides, I know we discussed at length at workshop the reason why, so I won't even go back into that. But I thought it's a temporary position, so if there's budget cut, temporary goes, so that would answer someone's question. But the amount allotted to it seems a lot more than what was discussed at workshop.
Christine,
yeah, it's almost double.
Yes. This amount is for 2 aides, but it includes salary and it includes the benefits as well.
Because I thought when we discussed at workshop, benefit wasn't included because it's a temporary.
No, well, the city has to pay FICA taxes as well, so FICA taxes is included.
Vice Mayor, all benefits are included with the exception of retirement benefits.
Okay, because when we discussed it, it was almost half what's brought up here, and with the fit zone that the mayor is asking for, shouldn't that just go on the park and recs? Why is it here?
This is a budget amendment, and this is where the funding occurs.
But shouldn't it just be part of park and rec budget because they do their own thing?
It would, but at the same time, this is the mechanism for us to fund that program first, and then wherever the fund goes, it's the next step. But at this stage, we're just allocating the funding for the program that the commission approved.
I still think that should be, because we don't see park and rec stuff here on a regular. But anyway, that's it for me.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want the record to reflect that when we had the aid discussion, obviously I said I did not want additional aid because I knew the cost was going to add up when we include taxes, Social Security, and all that stuff. I kept my liaison. I kept the existing person who was there. Unfortunately, no good deed goes unpunished because I got attacked in the media. I just replaced my liaison with someone new who was a liaison, and I got attacked for hiring an aide. I want to apologize to my friend Commissioner Bolton because he got roped into that article and he was not aware of that situation. Obviously, I know the cost was going to be high, which is why I wasn't supporting of getting the aides. I think we kind of have to fix the staffing in there to get that kind of up to date. Going back to the liaison, I think last year we increased it from 29 hours to 32 hours, which I said I think was a good fit for us as a team, for people to assist and help us. I was open to increasing those hours a little more, just understanding that we have busy lives and growing city. So I have not voted for the budget since it's come in front of us because I try to be fiscally responsible. Going back to one of the residents said, we obviously in Tallahassee they're trying to cut property taxes. It's a movement that's happening. We have DOGE in the state of Florida, so they're looking into cities, especially in Broward County. They're looking at our cities, so we have to be even more prudent when it comes to the money in that type of stuff. Some of this money in here obviously is inflows, so it's not $3 million going out. Isn't the 231 times 4? Isn't that money coming into our coffers?
Yes, we have. I'm going to let Christine, but we have some of those, like $925,000, for example. It's an incoming amount, and then
and we have to budget the expenditure as well.
Right.
the expenditure, and then we have the stuff for the meter reading. I think isn't that in there as well to get that program going?
Yes, and that was approved by resolution by this commission, and there was an additional $744,000 over what was previously approved in prior year. So that's why that one has appeared here. It was approved by the commission. We acted on that. So now the commission needs to appropriate the dollars.
Okay. Obviously, the fit zone, I voted for the resolution. I supported it. I was not aware of the costs. Something that I supported, but like the mayor mentioned, no cost is in there. Going to the vice mayor's point, I thought we were going to kind of do that as a park and recs initiative, kind of similar to move with the mayor. Didn't expect we're going to have 30 grand in there, but things operate differently.
Just a point of clarification, though. Park and Rec does not do my move with the mayor. That is my initiative, so it's not in their budget, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for clarifying that. I just meant like as an initiative. I didn't know it was going to be an additional cost while we make a budget amendment as an initiative. But again, I'm not going to vote to support it.
Vice Mayor.
I think we need to vote to support something because people aren't getting paid until you vote to support. So just know that their invoice is not being paid while we play around with this. But to piggyback on what you said, the reason for the aide was that one aide was serving 3 commissioners, one was serving the mayor, and one was serving Commissioner Elvin. So that was a problem, and communication was bad. Some people were being treated better, some wasn't. It's politics, I guess. That's why. And one person was overworked. So that's where it came in. I would have gladly kept Roz, but Commissioner Wright beat me to it. So that's why you have her. Let's talk the truth. So I had to hire somebody new who had to go through that learning curve again. So this is why, if you want more background, you could watch the workshop because we spoke at length. So that's what happened so that we can better serve the community. You'd be surprised. You think this is a part-time job? I thought it was 2 commission meetings, but it is so not a regular part-time job.
And another point of clarification, the person who assists me was assisting Elvin as well, Commissioner Villalobos. So
he was getting 2 people assisting him.
Yes, so please, I just putting it back on the record. I've always shared Ilion with
and
others.
Myself, Mr. Wright, and Bolton had 1 who was brand new.
So, Commissioner Bolton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Listen, each of us has an aide, period, right? And so, Commissioner Wright, you have the most expensive aide. If you don't want Roz, you can actually hire somebody else for a cheaper rate. So don't say you didn't hire an aide. You actually have Roz, who's actually the most expensive aide that we have. So, it's apples and bananas and potatoes and yams, whatever it is, whatever makes you sleep better at night. I'm fine with the budget amendment. Last time I did not vote yes on it because the mayor said that there were things, not giving details, there were things in there that she could not support, and she just moved on. I don't like to vote on things that no one says, hey, this is why I'm not voting on this. Obviously, she's not happy with a program that supports the wellness of seniors and people with disabilities and our LGBTQ community and people who want to lose weight and gain weight and be healthy and take care of their bodies. It's fine. So that's my comment. This budget amendment is fine. Obviously, it's going to be 3-2. It's fine. You get to eat your cake and eat it too tonight. But just know that if I wanted to be petty, I could remove your aid from this budget amendment since you're being so petty.
Okay.
But again, it's not being petty. This is a budget amendment to have the city move forward, and this is how we move the city forward, so we're going to move the city forward. It is what it is. So I yield my 2 minutes to Christine if she wants to say something, not to somebody else. They already took their time up. I think it's late. We need to go home, so you can call the question when you're ready.
And thank you very much, but Commissioner Wright has his 2 minutes, and narrative is just what it is people's narratives. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify. City manager wasn't Roz in existence, and I do agree with Dr. Daniels. We were sharing Roz. She was overworked. We needed to do some delegation. Obviously, there was an open position. Someone came and someone left. But when you came to me with this proposition, didn't I agree that I want to keep Roz?
Yes, you did.
And obviously, I'm being accused that she's the most expensive, but she was always part of the team. I did not approve or say I want someone else. If you look at the discussion, I agree that the senior commissioner should be involved with getting that third person, because I think based on his experience and all that stuff, he should be involved. And we didn't have to hire 3 additional aides, else it would have been a lot more money. There was an open position. So to come and accuse me and saying that I had the highest aide, when I was being a team player. Obviously, Roz trains everyone. Sometimes I call her, she doesn't answer. Sometimes I show up, she's not there. Sometimes, she's talking to me, other commissioners come in, she doesn't talk to me. So to get accused and doing all this stuff, and I'm being a team player, because I understand the management structure. If I decide to bring someone new, all the new people that come in wouldn't have someone to train them. So to come and accuse, yes, but to accuse me of doing that while I was being a team player is false. I agree, Dr. Daniels. You're a busy professional. You have kids. You should have someone to help you and assist you. I am not against that at all. No, I'm saying I do deserve. We should have aides.
Clarification: we all
I know,
have
but
aides.
I'm saying I understand that I agree. People are working and people have other careers, and they help.
No, but that's not the reason for the aid. The reason for the aid is to conduct city work, to do what we think is right for the residents.
I know, and I said we're all busy, and the aid help us mitigate all our busy lives that we have.
But we're busy based on what? Busy for the city work?
No, I'm saying we're busy. We have other careers and other things that we're doing.
Needed.
So I understand the need of having an aide. So I'm not, and Roz was overworked, and I'm not against that.
But you're trying to,
ladies
but point
and
of
gentlemen.
clarification, you're trying to make the point, Commissioner, that you don't have an aide, and you have an aide, and you actually have the most expensive
Okay,
aide.
but
You
you
do
know
have
what?
an aide.
That's your opinion. He's got his opinion. You've all expressed it. At this point in time, you've got 15 seconds left for your 2 minutes, and then we're calling the question unless Commissioner Patterson has something that she wishes to say. She is not forced to have something to say. Please proceed.
I am saying I did not want to hire additional aid for more money. I agree in splitting 2 aides per person and 1 for the mayor. That was my original discussion, and that's all I'm saying.
And point of clarification, I did say that we didn't have to hire aides. If we don't hire aides, then I would love to share Ilion with the mayor. So if we want to get rid of aides, we can. We can do that tonight. We can do that tonight. We can get rid of the aides, and I can share my aide with the mayor.
This is not
You want
a
to be
negotiation
fiscally
right
responsible?
now.
Let's be
City
fiscally
Clerk,
responsible.
please call the roll.
But don't have this soundbite. You don't have an aide. You do have an aide, and you have a community engagement liaison that is also billing.
So, City Attorney, do you
all
ever
of us
want to
do.
step in here about the fact that we just jump over and we've
No.
got the City Clerk. She's been directed to call the roll.
Go ahead and call the roll. I asked that 5 minutes ago.
directions. Call the roll. Call the roll. Follow the mayor's direction.
It's not on you, City Clerk. It's
Vice
not
Mayor
on you.
Daniel?
No.
Vice Mayor. not
Oh,
you.
sorry. I thought you said Madam
Sorry.
Mayor.
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
No.
Commissioner Wright?
No.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 3-2.
It's over.
Okay, motion passes on first reading, and now we're up to our last item on the agenda.
All right.
Public hearing on first reading of an ordinance 9A TO2589. City Attorney, please read the title for the record.
Item 9A, ordinance of the City Commissioner of the City of Tamarac, amending the City of Tamarac Comprehensive Plan in its entirety, including amendments to the future land use element, future land use map, the transportation element, the housing element, the infrastructure element, conservation element, the recreation open space element, the intergovernmental coordination element, the capital improvements element, education element, the economic development element, and the private property rights element. Additionally, providing for the inclusion of an urban design element and implementation administration element, authorizing appropriate city officials to take action to transmit the City of Tamarac 2040 comprehensive plan, inclusive of the supporting data, analysis, and all associated tables, providing for effective date. Thank you.
Before I call for a motion on this
So
item,
moved.
before I call a motion on this item, we are at 10:20. We're at 11:22.
Motion to extend until the last item is heard.
I will also appreciate.
You had a second. Call the question, clerk.
Okay.
Apparently, you want to
sees
stay here
this,
until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we're not interested.
and we're not interested in your rudeness and your behavior. So we're
I'm
going to
not interested in your rudeness and your bullying too.
I am asking for a proper motion.
You
I have a
bully me in
motion
private, I'm going to bully you in
on
public.
keeping this item
let's
until
get this
we
item
finish
over
this
with.
item. Do I have a second to extend the meeting to finish this item?
You had a second, you just weren't listening.
You can't make the motion and the
I
second
made a
yourself.
motion and the commissioner beside you seconded it. Did you not? Or are you going to
No.
back her up on a lie?
Oh,
Yes, you did. He's right beside you. You did not hear that.
well, you know
because
what?
you're
I
too
can't
focused
hear
on
over
me.
your bellowing.
You're too focused on your opponent next year.
City
Go ahead.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner
And
Patterson?
that was an announcement.
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daniels?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Welcome to the City of Tamarac.
Yeah.
I need a motion and a second on this item.
So moved. It was said already.
Second.
I have a motion on this item, a second on this item. Ms. Callaway, our Community Development Director and our Deputy City Manager, delivered a presentation and background needed on the changes on this comprehensive plan on Monday at staff's review workshop and is available for questions. We also have Jerome Ross, Madison Hermida, and Scarlett Hammonds, our consultants for the Caradano Group, who will make a presentation. And afterwards, we will have public comments. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm Scarlett Hammonds with the Cordino Group. We're very excited to be here tonight to give first reading for the update to the comprehensive plan. We've been working on this with your staff for quite a while, and we're here at first reading. It will eventually be transmitted to local agencies and state agencies for their review, and we'll be back in front of you for second reading in a few months. I'll just go ahead and start with why we're doing this. The state has statutes that govern all things about comprehensive plans. It governs what topics should be covered and what needs to be addressed under each topic. It also allows for the city to go beyond and include additional chapters, which in Tamarac has chosen to do. The state constantly updates the laws and requirements for comprehensive plans, and for that reason requires all local governments to evaluate their plan and make updates if needed to comply with the state laws. This is a requirement that is due every 7 years, and the state sets the schedule for this evaluation and updates, and cities are required to comply. This updated plan represents a careful evaluation based on all changes to state laws since the last update, as well as addressing modern issues and concerns to provide a path for future growth and change based on extensive community input and values. This process involves several steps centered around public outreach. We started with the kickoff meeting. We went into data collection and assessment. We reviewed the existing planning documents, regulations, policies, goals, and initiatives. Then we conducted a community visioning process, and we have a couple slides that go into some of the extent that we did our visioning process. We went into amendments for future demands and opportunities that basically looked at population projections and future needs of the city. Then we went into drafting these goals and updates, and today we're here before you to start the
comprehensive plan update process. With that, we'll go through a few slides of what our public outreach was.
Good evening. My name is Madison Hermida, and I'll speak to you about community outreach. This was an extensive process, as members of the commission may remember. We connected with the community through several workshops, pop-up events, surveys, and charrettes to gather input on community priorities and challenges in order to better understand the shared vision. As part of our community outreach efforts, we received valuable input from residents and stakeholders. The top community priorities included attracting more job and business opportunities, leveraging Tamarac's desirable location and positioning it as a destination, expanding shopping and dining options, preserving single-family neighborhoods, and revitalizing aging buildings. At the same time, we also observed common concerns including traffic congestion, flooding and infrastructure needs, diminishing neighborhood character was a concern, pedestrian safety and accessibility. Both priorities and concerns have influenced our planning recommendations as they reflect the community's values and overall aspirations. The visioning process is a critical foundation to any comprehensive plan. It ensures that long-term policies and investments are shaped by not just data, but by the values, priorities, and the shared vision of the community itself. From the city's strategic plan, the city plans to maintain goals that emphasize a strong sense of place and belonging, prioritize public safety and confidence, support prosperity and economic strength, promote cultural richness and active lifestyles, advance innovation and connectivity, and cultivate employment opportunities. In a secondary process, elements of the comprehensive plan were then revised to better reflect what residents and stakeholders told us was most important to them, essentially connecting the dots of what we heard from the community versus the contents of the existing plan. As a result, major changes to the plan include new policies that support redevelopment across the city, strengthen mobility strategies to promote walkable, bike-friendly neighborhoods, sustainability and conservation guidelines to protect the city's natural resources, expanding housing affordability initiatives, and a new framework to guide high-density urban centers as appropriate. These changes reflect the direct link between residents and stakeholders and the policies that shape the city's future. And we're swapping.
Yes, at a high level, there are 5 major themes that can summarize the changes proposed in this document. We looked at land use and zoning amendments. We addressed transportation and mobility. Resiliency and sustainability is addressed throughout the document, as well as topics on housing affordability and economic development. As stated earlier, the comprehensive plan is legally required to address specific topics. They're also allowed to go beyond. Some of the optional elements in this plan include economic development, implementation and administration, and urban design. We also want to note that we have updated the plan to address the private property rights, which is a state requirement. Next, we'll go through brief descriptions of each of the elements, the first one being the implementation and administrative element. This element includes 4 objectives to guide the city on implementing the plan. This is to administrative the plan based on Chapter 163, again, a Florida state requirement, to maintain the level of service along with demands in the future, and periodic updates to the plan, again, as required by the state, and to coordinate these updates of the plan with the proposed amendments.
Jerome Ross, the coordinator group. So of all the elements, one of the utmost important elements of a comprehensive plan is your future land use element. It is the most important because it helps guide where the future development and growth in the city is going to be directed at. Tamarac, at this point, almost every parcel is utilized. It's around 99% built out. So, having policies and objectives that help direct the growth into, prioritized areas in order to maintain the established communities is an important aspect that's included in this plan. We also wanted to promote affordable housing and developments, and we wanted to ensure that the new density and intensity would occur along major thoroughfares and corridors. The next element would be the transportation element. This element ties pretty heavily with the future land use, because when we're directing the future growth in the city, we want to make sure there is adequate transportation and roadway facilities to accommodate this new growth in the future, while also maintaining the existing systems in place. This includes maintaining a high level of service. We want to encourage roadway construction near transit-oriented developments, and we also want to do micromobility improvements and Vision Zero principles, which Vision Zero essentially says if there is a single bicycle or pedestrian death on a roadway, it is a failed system. So we want to move towards eliminating that. And then the housing element. There's currently a housing crisis within South Florida. The affordability ratings are increasingly becoming harder and harder to achieve. So we want to take advantage of some of the Broward County land use amendments in the current plan to increase density and have density bonuses for affordable housing projects. We also want to encourage the use of ADUs. Currently it is permitted within the city, but a lot of HOAs are against it. So education programs as part of the policies to educate HOAs about the benefits of ADUs is included. We also want to include new frameworks to reduce lot coverage, lot size, FAR, things of the nature that limits the flexibility and type of housing units that you can develop within a city to encourage more affordable units within.
Our next element is infrastructure. This essentially sets level of service standards for sewer, solid waste, stormwater containment, and water. This is actually implemented through our capital improvement element, which provides the resources to maintain these facilities at the level of services that are set within this element. Next is conservation. The principles are guidelines and standards for conservation of all resources, including preserving soils, wildlife, lakes, flora, fauna, and all natural features. The next one is recreation and open space. This element addresses park planning with supply and demand for recreational opportunities. Just to note that the city requires a level of service of 3 acres of public parks per 1,000 resident within this element. Next, we move to intergovernmental coordination. This establishes the basis for executing interlocal planning services. Tamarac maintains relationships with other cities, Broward County, including the MPO, South Florida Water Management District, school district, state and federal agencies, all addressed within this element. Capital improvements. This element includes policies to ensure projects are in place to ensure level of service standards that are set will be achieved, and it stretches over a 5-year period. It sets standards for project prioritization, for debt limits, and diverse funding. The educational element describes coordination with Broward County Public Schools, libraries, and institutions of higher learning to provide a well-rounded education for all residents. This includes a wide range of learning opportunities.
The economic development element focuses on creating economic opportunity for Tamarac's residents, workforce, and entrepreneurs. It supports a vibrant, business-friendly environment by promoting targeted industries like technology and aviation and reinforcing Tamarac's unique identity through strategic partnerships and innovation. To strengthen the local economy, the city will invest in job creation, workforce development, and support for small businesses. Redevelopment of underutilized and aging commercial areas is a key priority, potentially through CRAs, tax increment financing, and infrastructure upgrades. The element also encourages the development of a defined downtown district with cohesive design and walkability to build a strong sense of place. Ooh, what did I do? The private property rights element is a required component of every local government's comprehensive plan in the state of Florida. It's a new addition to this comprehensive plan. It was established by Florida legislator in 2021 through House Bill 59 to ensure that property owners are fairly considered in local planning decisions. It does not override existing planning and zoning laws, but it does require local governments to explicitly acknowledge and balance these rights when making land use decisions. The urban design element is also a new addition to this comprehensive plan, and it aims to foster a vibrant, smart, and sustainable Tamarac through innovative development and high-quality design. It promotes durable building materials, resilient architecture, and form-based codes that enhance the city's visual identity. Key priorities include creating connected, walkable neighborhoods with greenways, active corridors, and micro-mobility options. Streetscapes will be upgraded to reduce utility clutter, highlight gateways like Pine Island Road and University Drive, and integrate beautiful functional landscapes like tree canopies, public art, and civic spaces.
And currently, obviously, we're at the City Commission presentation. Last week, we did the Planning Board presentation. So once we compile the comments provided from them and from you all, we will then move on to submitting the document to all the corresponding agencies, such as the Department of Commerce, Broward County, as well, to receive their comments. And once we have processed those, we can begin the formal adoption process this summer. Yeah, and then the implementation strategies will launch after that. For me. Oh, yeah. Discussion questions.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the commission, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this item? Any questions as public comments? It is a public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Public hearing is now closed. To the commission, I'm not seeing any questions or comments. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Through Manager.
City Manager, go ahead.
No, Ms. Calloway. Question for you.
Ms. Calloway.
Commissioner? Yes.
Tell me why we need a comprehensive plan.
Because we're mandated. So state law, there's a Growth Management Act 1985 that says all municipalities are mandated to plan appropriately for growth. In my presentation on Monday, I tried to give some background, talk about the fact that Tamarac has consistently been growing since the 2010 census. We're getting younger, and we expect it to grow by 15 to 20% in the next 10 to 15 years. And so we have to appropriately plan for it. And so state law requires that we adopt a comprehensive plan, and it also requires that it must have certain elements as discussed by the consultants. So there are required elements, which our plan have, and then we'll have some optional elements, which are the economic development element, the implementation, as well as the design element.
And we have a comprehensive plan currently, right?
We currently do, yes.
So this is an update of the comprehensive
It's a
plan.
significant update, yes.
Okay. And when you say significant update, it means that we are planning for the future. We've significantly updated this plan, and new development is guided by the comprehensive plan.
That is correct. It is guided by the comprehensive plan. And what we've heard from the commission and the community is that we want to have smart growth. We want to preserve our neighborhoods the way they are, and we want to concentrate growth on the major thoroughfares. So ultimately it can be supported by mass transit or transportation. And so primarily that's what this plan does, particularly the future land use element.
And this comprehensive plan would set up the city for major development like new city hall, building on golf courses, shopping centers, plazas, and that sort, right?
Well, if the golf courses are not on the...
I've made a list.
Okay.
Don't choose what you want to
speak on. This comprehensive plan will guide and focus growth on our major thoroughfares, primarily Commercial Boulevard, 441, University Drive, and State Road. State Road 7 is 44, and McNabb. So that's where we'd be concentrating growth, and smart growth meaning that there's some design criteria just to make sure that there's some compatibility, but primarily on the major thoroughfares.
Okay.
So if a golf course is not on Commercial Boulevard, not on 441 or any of these other uses, then they won't be impacted. But it will also assist with the revitalization of the plazas as well, because we do have some outdated plaza that are on our major thoroughfare.
Okay. And Maxine Calloway, Esquire, tell me, when a developer is in front of us, right?
Yes.
And they're going to, let's say, ask for their development to be passed, right? You're going to say to us, the comprehensive plan supports this development. Those are going to be your words as a community development director.
I do, because a part of what I am tasked to do and my staff is to make sure that the development is consistent and compatible with the land development regulations and the comprehensive plan. And so if it is consistent with the plan, yes, that's the analysis that I do as a part of the memorandum that's included in your packet. Yes.
Okay. And so if a commissioner or a mayor who is dumb, and I'm not saying that anybody here is dumb, but let's say somebody did not read the extensive updates to this comprehensive plan, right? And just blindly passes it tonight, and they did not read it, and they missed a couple of things that they perhaps don't agree with. When a developer is in front of them, you're going to say, well, Commissioner, remember on such and such a date, you passed this comprehensive plan, and this development supports, this development is supported by the comprehensive plan. Therefore, I think that this is why community development is recommending such an item. This is what you're going to say to us, correct?
My recommendation must be based on the land development code and the comprehensive plan, absolutely. But it is a fluid document. This body has amended it in the past. It has had several amendments since 2008. And so, and in addition to that, this body also have gone against recommendations that I have made, although I've said it's consistent with the plan.
And when this body goes against recommendations that you have made and say no to certain developers, they sue us, correct?
It doesn't necessarily mean they'll
But
be.
it has in the past. They have in the past. Yes?
Yes, that has happened, and that can happen. Yes.
So commissioners have to be scrupulous and read the comprehensive plan long before the meeting, not just browsing through the comprehensive plan up here now. They have to make sound decisions, right? Yeah?
Ms. Collins, you are not under oath to have to answer this. You're not in court. It's his opinion. You don't have to answer.
I want to remind you that a city commission is like a court, especially when we're talking about quasi-judicial items. It's like a quiet. I have 2 minutes. Reclaiming my time. This body is like a court. We are presiding over matters. And so, if we don't do our homework and just blindly say yes to a comprehensive plan that somebody did not read, then you're going to hold our feet to the fire, and you're going to say, on May 14th, 2 days or 1 day after a certain person's birthday, you voted on this comprehensive plan, and this comprehensive plan is what you're basing your recommendation on.
It's your policy, it's your guiding visionary document, it's your policy.
I've been here for almost 9 years. So I understand what's going on. When you're getting ready to do big things, including things that I will not agree with, then it's going to be based on this comprehensive plan. And all I'm saying to commissioners, some of them, who don't read their backup, but read their backup on the fly here, and then vote yes on an item because they want to support somebody else, I'm saying that be careful what you vote for. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Thank you for your presentation. It was very nice, very lovely, very thoughtful. Where are you from?
Originally or no?
Originally.
Maryland.
Oh, good. So you've asked, you've surveyed residents, businesses. Who did you survey? Who did you go to?
So I think Madison can speak a little bit more on the community outreach.
I
joined in Madison.
I can assist with that. Commissioner,
And I want to ask the consultant.
Oh, not a problem.
Yeah, I joined the project about a year ago, but Madison's been with the project for about 3 years. So
okay. Walk through the engagement.
Sorry, just going backwards. All right, so walking you through the committee engagement, we did an initial kickoff meeting with staff to set expectations for what we wanted the workshops to look like. We decided we'd do meetings in each of the respective districts to kind of get a feel for what the community was wanting in each of those individual areas.
And by the way, these pictures are from the Hurricane Preparedness Expo that I asked staff to put. So this was
we
not
had
your meeting.
a mountain of pictures, but it was edited just to have a clearer picture.
You just used my picture. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We conducted tabling events at different outdoor markets. We used a software called VeraVoice to take, I think it was calls, right? The VeraVoice? The VeraVoice, yeah. So it's a software that just takes in, someone can ring in and just say their response and concern about the community or what they want to envision. We did, these workshops involved like these massive posters where everybody walked around and put sticky notes on the things that they would be interested in having in their own community. So that was where we drew a lot of our influence while developing the plan. But yeah, I don't know. Did I answer your question?
A little bit. I mean, you know, to the Tamarac minions or the Tamarac 5, AKA, I might sound rude and I might sound like, you know, oh my gosh, he's just going off the rockers and he's crazy. But really and truly, you want to come and complain about items after the fact, this is where you complain. You did not speak. Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for going out to our community. Thank you for listening to us and talking with us individually. I know this is an item on first reading. I know that it's subject to certain changes that may happen on our second reading as it goes through the process and goes to the state and comes back down around through the county and whatever happens. And so there is ample time for any modifications or any public discussion that needs to be had by that second reading, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And it takes care of some transportation items that are in here, some parking items that are in here, all that kinds of things, which could possibly be people be waiting for after everybody else's input versus saying it and waiting, because it still needs to be transmitted first. And if we do anything now that could delay the transmittal, it'll take even longer, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you very kindly. Again, thank you for your help.
I'm late for my second 2 minutes.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Patterson as she has not had her 5, and then Commissioner Bolton unless anybody else wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I mean, do we have a deadline by which we need to approve the document? What's our, Madam, through the manager, Madam Deputy Manager, do we have a,
Commissioner?
What's our time frame in terms of approval of the comp plan?
Well, we started this process in 2023, 23, yeah, 2025, yes, 23. over 2 years ago. The city, it's out of compliance currently, so transmittal is necessary at least to get to the state of Florida. So I would say the timing is imminent in terms of getting this done. We've been at this now for a little bit, for 2 years.
What's been the delay?
We have had some changes with staffing with our consultant, back and forth review. We made sure that we included a vision and exercise with which the consultant talked about. So we did district meetings in each district similar to what we're doing now. We did have a robust community engagement and involvement, and then we had the review back and forth in terms of all the changes. And so it was expected to be a lengthy project, but that's what it culminated into.
Okay. And if we, it was a pretty substantive booklet, and I only just got it a couple days ago. Obviously, being the newest person on the board, I care about reading and knowing what we're approving. This whole process took place before I was even elected. So where would we stand in the event we did this, we tabled this item tonight?
Well, as the consultant mentioned, this is first reading. It's what's called transmittal. This is when we transmit to the state of Florida for their comments. We transmit to all our adjoining cities. So the city of Lauderdale, Lauderdale Lake, Sunrise, as well as the city of Fort Lauderdale. We transmit also to Broward County, and you still have an opportunity to review and provide your comments at that time as well. Then it comes back to you in 30 days is the review period, and that's when we look at it again on second reading and incorporate all the comments and changes that we receive from all the review agencies. So there is an opportunity, if you didn't get one now, for you to continue to look at it and then to provide comments if you have any.
Question for the attorney. So in terms of substantive changes, typically when we are when we approve an item on first reading, we typically wouldn't make any substantive changes on a second reading of an ordinance or something of that magnitude. Is this different?
That's the general rule, but obviously when you're going through a comp plan amendment process, you are submitting the first reading to the reviewing agencies. They have a right to make comments, and those comments generally will be implemented if it come back to the city. You have the state reviewing agency, you have Broward County. Obviously, if there's changes in between that, generally we'll have to implement them. In terms of changes at the commission level, if there's something that comes up and we have to look at it if it could be changed and it doesn't change the overall scope, because if you make changes, the possibility you may have to go back for a second review if it's that substantive, because the reviewing agency is going to take it as is, and if we make wholesale changes, you might have to go back to the reviewing agency.
Right. I mean, while I understand that, people can make changes to the comp plan, most have to understand that the comp plan is the governing document of the entire organization. So it's a pretty big decision that we would make if we were to approve the item. So I think,
let me add that I think one of the things that this commission can be assured, obviously the city attorney office review it. You have the consultant, you have the city manager office. I think one of the major requirement of the law and is that your land development regulations must be consistent with your comp plan. If your land development regulation is not consistent with your comp plan, it's generally invalid. So you don't have changes that at this point, and Ms. Calloway, land development, which control generally the zoning, is with this proposed comp plan is consistent, and also if there need to be change to make it consistent, we have a right to do that. Okay. And the major area, and they could go back and discuss it, when you look at your comp plan, the major element is the future land use map element, which basically tell you, how much density and intensity you could have. What's the area that, obviously you want to, as Mr. Calloway indicated, that you want to provide incentive for development. So that's really the area that, if you want to focus on that area, that's the area that's really the major area.
Ms. Calloway, through the manager. Thank you. Can you briefly speak to the changes in the comp plan relative to the land use?
Absolutely. So the major changes in the future land use element, we introduced some strong policies in support of Broward Next. And Broward County also is doing some updates to their plan, and they have focused development and redevelopment on the major corridors. So we adopted that policy, which supports attainable housing over a certain density. We did not make any changes to the map because we want that to be market driven. So the map remains as is, but we have some strong policies supporting smart development on major corridors. And we have spelled out major thoroughfares, and then we adopted Broward County's policy as well that will help us with some density bonus on those thoroughfares. We preserve existing communities, and so we said for smart growth, we want to make sure that our estate communities or residential communities are preserved, and that when we grow, we're growing on our major thoroughfare. That's the biggest change in the future land use element. In the housing element, we did some policies that promoted attainable housing to make sure that we're meeting our deficit. We do have a deficit for market and attainable housing in Tamarac, as established by Broward County's 10-year affordable housing plan. And so we made some strong policies in the housing element to make sure we were meeting that gap and we were providing attainable housing. We cleaned up all the other elements. The economic development element, once again, was focused on revitalizing the plazas, making sure that those could be repurposed. And if they are repurposed, they could be opportunities for mixed development, most of our major plazas or on our major thoroughfares. And so I would say those are the major changes.
What policies were implemented for attainable housing?
We included, we wanted to make sure that we had opportunities when we have market rate and we're doing that now, but we just included that in the plan. For example, the last development that was approved for the former Cheddar property, we did inclusionary zoning where for market rate, we asked the developer to provide some affordable housing. That was the first project that we were able to get some units. I think we received 8 units out of the total over 200 units. That's the type of program we want to continue for other developments. So when there's market rate that is coming forward, we're able to get a few units for attainable housing so we can provide for that population. So those are some of the policies we included there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bolton.
Ms. Calloway. Remember some years ago when we were updating, I think, our zoning map and that sort of stuff, you came before the commission and you said, let's put churches along Commercial Boulevard. I was adamantly and vehemently against it. Remember that conversation?
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it happened.
No, we had a conversation, but I think our recollection is a bit different. At the time, yeah, the conversation.
But what you did was put churches along Commercial Boulevard.
No, we did not. What we did was try to take churches out of our plaza, and when you came on the board, we reached a compromise.
And you distributed them along Commercial Boulevard. Look at your zoning map.
No, that's not what happened, Commissioner. We removed the churches out of the plazas because they are non-for-profit and they don't generate tax. We had a workshop. We reached an agreement because you wanted to make sure churches, and that's how we came up with the 20%, no more than 2 churches in Commercial Plaza. That is the current compromise that we reached, and that started with not having churches in plazas.
After I reached out to national lawyers and they contacted the city of Tamarac that what you were doing was not legal. You were challenged.
No, we looked at North Lauderdale. That's where we.
They were also challenged.
Yeah, but that's where
because of my calls.
Right, but we reached a compromise. So we started with not putting churches in plaza, and then we reached a compromise at your request that we did. And so currently we have the 20%, not more than 2 in any.
And you don't think that this comprehensive plan can be challenged?
No, any document can be challenged, Commissioner. I'm not saying that any
Ms.
document
Calloway,
can be challenged.
just for clarification, I assume that was a code issue, not a comp plan issue?
That is correct.
I just
That was
wanna make
that was the code, and we were directed
Okay.
at the time. So once again, it was trying to make sure that we were directing appropriate businesses in the plaza. And I remember you had just joined the commission, and you wanted to make sure that they were protected, and we reached a compromise. At the time, we had about 69 churches in the city because we did an assessment, but that was the compromise we made.
And between 2016 and now, how many comprehensive plans have we looked at?
Our last plan was adopted in 2008. It's very old and it needed to be updated. So we have patched it since 2008 and did several amendments, but it has not had a comprehensive update. So this is what's happening at this time.
So if a commissioner or a resident were to say, I don't want this building along Commercial Boulevard, it's going to block my view, this would be the time to make sure that that development is blocked in the comprehensive plan.
No, because we're not
Why
that,
not?
because we're not that granular. It's not,
You said
we have not done
university,
any map amendments.
major thoroughfares, 441.
So Commissioner, we're being smart. We're not touching the map. The map is not being amended, meaning that if a
I don't
developer...
agree with your map, so that's
Right,
another
so
story.
it
You know
means if a developer is interested in building intense high density on Commercial Boulevard or anywhere else, they would need a rezoning that would come before you. They would need a land use amendment because the way we did it, we want to make sure PD was a controlling zoning district that would support this intensity. So they would have certain steps that they would still need to come before you, and you would get opportunities to determine if you want that project. So we didn't amend the map and make it available for development. There are steps that developers would need to go through, primarily a rezoning if they want to access the PD zoning district, and that would come before you. They would have to do a site plan, and those are quasi-judicial in nature, and that would come before you. So the burden is different, and you have opportunities to address them by their merit individually. So this is not a blanket, come bill all up and down Commercial Boulevard or anywhere else.
I'm not stupid. You're not talking to the chair. You're talking to Marlon. So, Ms. Calloway, if we vote yes on this, the horse have already left the barn, and then it's transmitted, and we get comments back. But if we pull it back and look at it as a whole and as a commission, we can make sure that what is transmitted is what we really want to be commented on. Yes?
Absolutely, but I have to say that we're of the impression that what's contained in this document is exactly what we have been directed to do, what we have heard from the community, what we have heard from all of you. That's what's contained in this document.
It's Haitian Heritage Month. I want to say to our first Haitian American lawyer, Hans Ottenot, you are a consummate professional. We love you. We appreciate you. Welcome to Tamarac. You deserve to be here. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Ça passe.
Is that Creole?
Bonne fête, drapeau haïtien.
Ms. Calloway, just for
Yeah.
clarification, is there any penalty if we delay from today?
Well, we're already, no, there's no penalty.
But we're out of compliance.
We're out of compliance, yes.
And everything that we've been working for years in the communication is incorporated in this document, correct?
That's what's in this document.
And if we need to make changes, even if there's some part substantive, we've been making changes to the comprehensive plan that has been in place since 2008 without having to transmit it to the state, correct?
Whenever we make a change, we do have to transmit it. If it's text in nature, we do have to transmit it, but we always
We transmit it, but we don't have, by second reading, it's already handled, correct?
Well, it's a fluid document, so yes, in the past, we have made amendments, and those amendments, if they're not small scale, if they're text in nature, we are required to transmit, and we are required, and then we bring it back. We have done that. For your large amendments, the most recent one was the Woodlands amendment. That was an amendment to the map and to the plan, and we transmitted that. And as you recall, we had to wait, and then we brought it back for second reading, and it was adopted.
But those are specific items and not on a general scale right now. So if there's no real issue with what we've got here, reviewed or partially reviewed or whatnot, because I have some questions. You know, I have questions when it comes to parking. I still think that we are not sufficient enough in parking and all that kind of stuff, but those things can be taken care of.
But that's too granular. That's
Is
not
that
in this
too
plan.
granular?
Yes, that's in the
And-
land development code. Yeah.
Exactly. So these are things that are what we take care of when they come to us versus this overview is what we need.
These are your broad policies,
Right.
as mentioned by the city attorney. Ultimately, sometime next year, then once this plan is adopted, then I would have to update the land development code to be consistent with this plan.
And that
so
comes
that's where you
before
see
us.
parking and height.
Point of order,
this
City
and the
Clerk,
future.
the mayor already had 5 minutes. You're giving her another 5 minutes. She did speak already.
Don't worry, I'm not even getting to my two. I know you're so hypersensitive.
That's her two. That's her two. It shouldn't be 5. She spoke already. You were
And
talking.
it will be 2 when it gets to number 3. 5 minus 2 is 3, and we're at
You
356.
already spoke before. You
I
already had your
spoke-
5 minutes.
I spoke my 5 minutes, and I have my 2. Thank you very much. I can count to 7. And since we're not down to 3, we're fine. Whatever makes him happy, I don't care. Point being,
I'll tell you what makes me happy.
I don't care, as I just said. Basically, at this point in time, this is a good package. You have confidence in it on all that has been worked on for the past 2 years, and is open to continued conversation in the future without there being a problem, correct?
I would say so.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, City Attorney, you did review this document, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And let me make it clear.
You don't have to make it clear. I'm gonna vote yes on it.
Okay, thank you.
Only
City
because
Clerk, please call
only
the roll.
because
This point of
I am
clarification's
not
been
finished with
done.
my clarification.
Point of
Because
clarification is one question. It is not a whole dialogue.
No, the consultants worked very hard on this. I see their hard work. I'm going to make sure that we
This is dialogue.
make sure that their hard work pays off. However, Ms. Calloway, there are some things in this comprehensive plan that I don't agree with.
brought it up.
I don't think that the city is moving in the right direction at about 10% of this
Call the roll.
comprehensive
City
plan.
Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Mayor Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daniel?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. It is 12:08. Get home safely. Meeting adjourned.